in on this Twitch chat.
I feel like I said in theory.
Woohoo! Like that.
Oh,
Greeting.
Hello.
it's up at Be Right Back.
I know. That was deliberate.
Right, watch now.
I can see it.
And then,
It is muted.
excellent if everybody's able to have that open and keep it muted so that we're sorted. Feel free to say hi in chat if you all want to. Yeah, ideally if you are going to do anything with chat, like maybe do it in that chat, unless it's like for us only, and then chuck it in Discord.
I am as a guest, so I don't even know how to do that.
Can you post GIFs in this?
Probably, but I don't really want you to focus on GIFs. I want you to focusing on
please.
the game, ideally. Let's face it. Anyway,
I was
here we are.
wondering.
We're live. Look at that. Boom.
Hey.
Just to say, certain messages that are put on Twitch, not everyone can see. Me. Yes, indeed. Indeed.
You were really quiet
But-
for me all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's much further away again. But on the plus side as well, not every day, everything that's relevant to Adhair as a player and character should be said verbally. Anyway, there should be nothing relevant typed to anyone unless it really needs to be typed in the Roll20 chat. Ideally. But, you know, barring anything else, in theory, we're all good, right? Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm Ryan, GM, because intros are a thing, right? So I'm Ryan, the GM. We are in the Invasion, session 12. It is the 1st of July 2020, and here are the players.
Hi there, my name's Gregor, and I'm playing Adhair. He's an air gymnastic who's going through changes.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm playing Alvyn, who is a gnome artificer. Arr.
I am Calum M. I am playing Cognanc the Barbarian, who is a sleepy old man.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I will be playing FleaBite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Greetings. I'm Calum B, and I'll be playing Thea, the priestess of chaos.
Yes. And that's
Um,
the players. Okay, so mostly for Cognanc's benefit. What do you remember from the last time?
Yes, I'm a senile old man.
Like the quickest dinner ever.
so quick. It's almost as if there wasn't any food.
I don't know, I remember eating a lot of food.
Dine and dash.
Yeah, but not with Mr. Von Roon. Or Lord Von Roon.
Dine without dashing.
Let's not be promoting certain services, shall we?
So we made it up to dinner, and we sat down to dinner, and we spoke to Richter Von Roon, and we brought up the fact that maybe his mother is skulking about, even though she's dead, or supposedly dead, and he didn't really like that too much, so he was all, I think we'll have to reschedule, and we went, but hunger, and then we got taken away, and then there were these two wenches cooking dinner in our apartment, and then they turned into
A wench.
oh no, actually no, that's true, a wench and a hench, and they
Sorry, good hench.
they Voltron together to create Spooky Mum Witch, and then I mean that's like the main talking points. Her Alvyn cockblocked Haranin, which is very upsetting to Haranin. Thea was a bit upset and miffed about her mask. It turns out that the pretend mum or real mum, we're not sure, has the same teeth as the crazy wench who headbutted Thea and broke her mask.
Yeah.
So Haranin wanted to fix it, and Alvyn was like, "No, I want to fix it," and that's basically most of it, I think. FleaBite drank blood.
Yes. Yes, he did.
Adhair was getting a little flirty with grill teeth.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
he
were.
was. What a flipping backstabbing donkey man.
Wow. Like, but yeah,
Backstabbing donkey man.
backstabbing donkey man. I mean, here we are, right? Here we are.
I think I would add that Adhair's accent was becoming more prominent, which some of us may not have realised was meant to be different at first, but that did get interesting.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, he's going through changes. He
Changes.
doesn't know what's going on.
Becoming Don Quixote.
I wish.
Ah, man.
Hide the windmills.
Yes, hide all the windmills. Well, the dragons,
Oh,
you mean, right? The dragons. I mean, I feel like the closest to Don Quixote might in fact be Alvyn, who's like, dragons everywhere. Or Richter,
I like
right?
dragons.
You know? Good old Richter. Turns out he just toppled a windmill as opposed to defeated any dragons. Yes.
What a twist!
So, let's have a look at the goals then, shall we?
Oh, I should probably...
Yeah.
Will stream be saying that?
No. That's why you tell me their goals. So let's go with Adhair. Yours is currently?
So my current goal is to acquire an arcane focus.
Still
I
up
don't
for
know
that?
why. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Alvyn.
Yep. So my goal is still to learn more about Viktor. Learn who Viktor Von. Cannot speak today.
Try again.
Learn who Viktor
Nope,
Von
try again.
Rune's father. Learn who Richter Von Rune's father is.
Perfect. There's the non-copyright infringement version. Yep. Learn who Richter von Rune's father is. Excellent, right? Happy with that still?
Yep. Still happy with that.
Cognanc? Now,
I feel mine is no longer applicable to a situation.
based on what your colleagues have told you, what do you think is now in Cognanc's priority list? Our wonderful turtle man, for those listening at home for the first time.
Yeah, I'm going to change it. I would like to get Alvyn and Haranen to work together on fixing the mask.
Interesting.
Because I don't like this fighting.
Okay, yeah. If you want to
I've
have
had enough fighting.
I like the idea that you're going to then interject yourself into that as well and be like, well, let's all work on the mask.
Third Shelley.
Yeah,
It's like
exactly.
everyone except Thea is going to try and fix Thea's mask. That's what's happening here.
I can't wait to get to your goal, Calum, which will be Thea wants to go over her need for masks. That'll be great. I don't mind if you want to have that. I think maybe try and make it more about getting Haranen and Alvyn to work together. I think, or maybe getting Alvyn to see Haranen as part of the party or something like that. I don't know, like something a bit more less focused than just the mask, because it gives you a bit more freedom that way. Yeah. Cool.
I've just butchered Haranen's spelling.
I mean, so long as it
but-
looks close enough, and ideally, as long as there's a fair attempt made at the goal, that's fine. FleaBite goals.
I think last week I said that I was going to leave that for the last time, and I'm going to again say that, so who knows. But yeah, I'll be keeping it.
Well, tell us what it is.
I'm going to attempt to go on another journey.
Yes.
If you want more clarification, see episode 9. That was guess, I think it was episode 9.
I mean, see the episode in which you went on a journey. Yes. Thea.
Exactly.
And my current goal is Haranen.
Oh.
Incorporate
Oh
Haranen into
my.
the party even. Calum's goal is Haranen. Thea's goal is incorporate Haranen into the party.
Okay, yeah. I think you're definitely working on that at least.
I mean,
Once you sort out
it's-
this, everybody's everybody loves Thea problem that we seem to be having. It'll be somewhat easier to resolve, right? Now, if you're happy to keep that, sure. Right, wording for Cognanc School: encourage Alvyn and Haranen to aid each other via Thea's mask. Yeah, I think that works.
Okay, I thought you'd have a problem with encourage, but as long as you get it.
Well, no, because
FleaBite.
no, because ultimately the goal is that you want to use something to get them, to have some kind of common goal. The only thing I would say is attempting it isn't enough. Achieving it is the goal, right? So, yeah, go.
Yeah,
perfect. So that was work. Yeah, excellent. Okay then, we don't normally look at bonds, but obviously we were down Cognanc from last time. Do you feel any of your bonds have been altered somewhat, like with Adhair, Alvyn, FleaBite, or Thea?
No.
Okay. Perfect. We'll leave them until the end as per usual then, if that's fine with you. We can see how they change during this particular session. For the most part, I think narratively, obviously, you were excused because you weren't here last time, but you pretty much just kept to yourself. Perhaps you were doing that, let's see how this plays out, and let's maybe not bring up the debacle at the guardhouse, right? And then, yeah, that obviously then led to Thea leading with, your mum's alive. And then that being like, oh dear.
Well, we weren't held responsible.
So that remains to be seen. So, based on that, we ended the session with Alvyn and Haranen's little kind of chat outside about him saying, "Oh, is it okay if I go back in? Like, oh, is that her mask? Like, can I have that? I've got an idea for Thea." And then Alvyn was like, "No, it's my idea." So there was that. And then Alvyn marched off towards the gatehouse for the guards. The guardhouse gatehouse. It's going to change its name every single time I say it. And then out of the kind of red mists appeared Cynthia. Saying, what is he up to? So, I think we focus in on Alvyn. I think. Where are you off to, buddy?
I am off to try and find the king, Mr. Rector von Run.
Let's move us to some good old Runestad, shall we?
I'll jump into roll 20 then.
It probably would help, yeah.
No, I was in the. I had Twitch loaded up.
I see.
Which is what, yeah.
So, yeah, you get to the guardhouse, right? You're very familiar with this place, I think, by now.
Yes, I would think so. I will walk up to one of the guards.
Yep.
Yep, so walk up to the guard and then I'll just be like, I need to speak with the king immediately.
And then the guard kind of like, starts to kind of come to life a bit and looks down at you with its big metal body and it says, "State your request."
I need to speak with the king immediately.
Regarding?
I have found the person he is currently looking for.
Your request is noted. And then it kind of goes back to standing guard.
When will my request be processed?
And there's no reply.
I just start jumping up and waving at him. I'm like, this is urgent. All of Runestad is in danger. And, your king is kind of looking for this person, and I know exactly where they are.
I think as you're kind of jumping around and trying to get this, metal man's attention, the kind of, rune guard comes to life and looks down at you and it says, "Clarify this danger."
And I just hold my hands together and go, Runestad, and then go and just kind of like separate my hands as if they were exploding.
Are you stating an intention to cause harm to Runestad? And then it maneuvers its weapon into a ready position.
I'm like, bag of fucking balls. I'm like, well, no, but that is what's going to happen if this person doesn't get stopped, and the king needs to go and stop her. Because get the king.
If you would like to wait while your request is processing, and it kind of motions to the seating area.
And I just kind of like go, not this again, stomp over, and then just kind of like plonk my bum down, like, like I'm in a wee huff.
Yeah. While Alvin's off reporting a crime, because we know how well that goes in Runestad, what is
Yep.
Yeah, what's everybody else up to? Like, I think the best thing to say is we're currently doing this. I know a bunch of people are in the kitchen with Cynthia, right? But like, Thea, you left and went to bed.
Yeah, well, I think we left on Thea kind of sat on the floor with her masks in front of her, and then
Yeah, Alvyn had come up and chatted to you and then
Alvyn
left.
yeah, and took the broken one. So I think she's probably still just sat there, kind of like like staring sort of through the masks. When you kind of just stare off into space in a wee doam, just like that, but kind of staring down at her masks. And I think if like a bit of time passed, and she'd probably just stand up and pack them into a bag.
Roll perception for me.
Okay. Shaboom!
Don't know why you've got advantage on, but okay. Right, so
Not like you need it.
you look out, like you hear voices from outside, essentially,
Sorry.
out the window of your room.
Yeah, I think she would. I think she'd just go outside. As it, like not like look out the window or anything. Just stand up, pack her masks into her mask bag, and just go outside and kind of breathe in the outside air.
Okay, so like as you head outside, you see Alvyn and Haranen, like slightly agitated discussion. Very similar, in fact, you could say identical to the ending of last session, in which they go their separate ways at the end of it, and Alvyn seems to like storm off towards the guardhouse, and Haranen just seems to like scuff the ground and then head off back into town.
Is he walking quite slowly?
He's a bit, like when somebody's in a bad mood. So he's not storming off, but he's like kicks up some dust, from like the edge of the grounds where the villa is, and then just starts heading back towards the town itself, like the kind of town centre, if you will. But
Okay.
you could probably catch up with him if you want.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking I would like to try, if the landscape would allow, to like cut him off so I end up ahead of him.
Okay. So you want to just... I don't think it's that difficult, so yeah, I think you could just do that, yeah. I don't see that being a need for a roll. Yeah.
Cool. So it's like ahead of him, and kind of look at him, see what sort of expression he has. Again, I assume it's.
He's kind of doing that thing where his hands are in his pockets and he's just looking down and kind of like, walking. So he's not necessarily taking in like if there's anybody about, because it is, reasonably late, at the moment.
Yeah. I think she's gonna stand right in his way. Like maybe step out from like the a side street and.
Is this where you grab him and headbutt him? Like, cackle and vanish? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Show off my new jeweled teeth.
Become what you hate. Yes.
It is the only way. Just stand right in his way. Maybe like one hand on my hip.
And I think like he automatically goes to like walk around you, right? Like somebody that's not paying attention, right? And let's see if he notices who he's even talking to, or who he's about to like, bump into. Oh, well, I think he does. So yeah, he goes to walk around you, and then he stops, turns, he's like, Thea! And then he kind of like
Hello.
goes a bit bashful, red in the cheek, as it were.
Other dwarves are available.
Mhm.
No, Thea, she.
I mean, it's like
Yeah, she's-
Thea, just without the T and the A. He.
Yes. He. Yeah, she just kind of stands, smiles a little bit, and just goes, "Hello."
You're.
I thought you were coming back.
I tried, but
Raises an eyebrow.
and he kind of like half points behind him. He's like, your friend at Alvyn, kind of like narrows his eyes a bit. Like, is that right? Said not to bother you though. So I didn't think it was worth bothering you, though. You know.
I think
He just runs his hand through
Thea
the back
just
of
kind
his
thinks
head.
back and
Yeah.
was like, kind of thinking of previous session, I guess, where Alvyn in Thea's mind was kind of bothering. This is a bit hypocritical. And she goes, "Oh, I mean, if you've got other places to be, you can." But I'm gonna go back in.
Oh, you're going back. He kind of like thumbs over his shoulder. If you want company, I mean, I was trying to come see you. He kind of just looks a bit awkward, right? Like he's trying not to invite himself, even though you've invited him.
Yeah. I think she like ruffles his hair and just walks in the direction of the accommodation type place again.
Yeah, back to the villa. I don't think they're that far away
Yeah.
from it at the moment anyway, so it's maybe like a 5-minute walk. And
Yeah.
he kind of does that thing where he looks at you and he's like, "Are you cold?"
Is it cold?
Not really. It's like a reasonably warm evening, even though it's probably about 9 or 10 at night.
I think Thea says exactly that.
Cycle 62 if Calum needs a translation.
No, it's a reasonably warm evening, even though it's like 10 o'clock at night.
I thought you just made that an hour later. Is this just with the Runestad time difference? Yeah.
I don't know.
And
Yeah,
he says,
was it 9 or 10? Sorry.
"Oh, yeah," and he kind of realizes that it's not cold. And he's obviously in his kind of like loose fitting shirt, and he's like, yeah, because he's changed back to like slightly more modest looking clothing rather than those crazy wealthy
Clothes
gear.
he's more comfortable in.
Yeah, and it's also just you don't really want to walk around at night in really fancy duds when you don't want to attract the wrong kinds of attention.
Oh yes.
Because I mean, look who you already attracted, right? And he's like, oh, okay. He just kind of like accepts that, and he puts his arm out, in a loop, and kind of motions to you.
Yeah, she just takes his arm and yeah, that's it. I don't think she says anything.
Yeah,
Or
and
if he says anything.
I don't think he does. I think he just starts walking. I think it's just a camera shot of him smiling, and then we cut from you guys heading back towards the villa, and we go to the kitchen where we should have a Cognanc, FleaBite, and Adhair, along with Cynthia, as Adhair and Cynthia were deep in flirtatious banter, I believe.
We were indeed.
Indeed. So yeah, she hasn't left the room at all. Like she's still kind of standing there, just kind of like smiling at the last thing that was stated, which can be found in the last session on YouTube, session 11.
Yes.
Yes.
We don't need to see that.
Nope. No reminders required. And then I think she just kind of like turns. She kind of turns to the the three of you, and she says, "There is a significant amount of hostility in this group towards me. I've only
I hope
helped.
you do not think from me.
Oh, there's a lot of something coming from you, but I don't know if it's hostility quite yet." And she just
That's a strange
smirks.
accent change.
Is this what Cognanc leads in with?
Just picks up and thinks it out loud.
You have not noticed till now that my voice has been changed. It's been changing all day.
I must have been transported into an alternate reality.
Did this happen to you?
No. It's a different game.
But you've been here the whole
Too
time.
meta.
Oh no, did he find the drink? How did you find alcohol? I've been looking for alcohol. Where is the alcohol?
I think Cynthia just hits you over the back of the head again.
Oh, I like the tea you make. I drink the tea you make. I liked it. I like alcohol.
She raises her eyebrow and just smirks at you. And then she says,
Yes, tea leaves, very good.
You've stopped eating
FleaBite.
enough to say that?
Yeah. He had slowed down and was sort of starting to listen to the conversation again. And when he heard it returned tangentially to the tea.
I think Cognanc would definitely turn to FleaBite when he said that and just say, "You are full of surprises."
Yes. FleaBite needs tea more often. Does Shiny Tooth Claw Lady have more tea leaves? Yes.
I think she leans on the table, arches her back right forward, leans on the table, and looks right at you across the table, really kind of intensely. And then she says, "Maybe." And she smirks at you.
FleaBite have terrible headaches almost every other day. Need tea leaves. Not every day. Shiny Tooth Man thing will be around.
She kind of nods slowly. Okay. And then she says,
With the aspect she's...
Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
"I'll go for it."
I was just going to say, with her leaning over the table in the manner of which you just spoke, Adhair has been flirting a little bit with her, and he's going to perv on her, but does she see this?
I mean,
He does a full body scan.
what you're asking is, can you notice if she notices you checking her out?
Possibly.
Right. So, general insight, and we'll see if her mood has shifted in any way noticeable while you've been checking her out.
So I was like, what would that even be? But, okay.
Yeah, if you're trying to...
Survivalist.
If you're trying... Yeah, survival. Yeah,
Survival.
yeah
Nature.
if you have been caught, she hasn't made any obvious signs that it either bugs her or she's noticed, right? So either she hasn't noticed or she doesn't care.
Well, when she turns back to face me, I'm going to have a big cheesy grin on my face, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, she's staring at FleaBite and she says, "And if I were to give you enough tea to last you a lifetime," she kind of waves her hand vaguely in the air. She goes, "What would I get in return?" She just grins at you.
He's great company.
Enough tea leaves for life.
She kind of nods, kind of a little slightly diagonal nod, you know. And she just stares.
You have great gratitude from FleaBite.
I see. Gratitude. Let me think about it, okay?
I to shoot FleaBite in his paw, probably should have to do a deception on that. Because that's not true.
Okay, what do you want to lie to her then and roll deception?
Like it is a lie. Usually it's not good.
Yeah, but I want to see how well you lie. Because, she doesn't know what Alexander's thinking, right?
Typical.
Fantastic. So, yeah.
But I feel that would have been fairly apparent. Like any sane person would not feel like he was being genuine.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so she kind of smiles and just says, "Can I think about it?" To you.
What you did back there? You became you. I've never seen that before. What did you do?
She just smiles at you and she kind of stands back up and she says, "Oh, you mean when I was Hilda and Gus?" And she just kind of gives you like a kind of cheeky smile.
Yes,
Who
when you...
actually are?
What was that, sorry, Adhair?
There you go. Well, Adhair was going to ask, who actually are Gus and Hilda? How can you be two when you are one?
And then she, from like the cascade of food that's over the table, she lifts up like a piece of, like a roll or something, holds it up to you, and then just rips it in half, and then just takes a chunk out of it and throws the other half to FleaBite.
Tries to catch it.
I look visibly disappointed.
Yeah. And then, as she's munching on the bread, she kind of turns back to you, Cognanc, and she says, "Magic is capable of many things." And she kind of gives you a wink.
So, Gus and Hilda, were they people, or did you become them, or did you Von ruin them?
She tilts her head. "Did I Von ruin them?"
As in, ruined them. Did you kill them?
Huh. Did I kill them? And she kind of she seems like kind of caught up by the thought of that, and she goes, "That would really imply that they were alive. If I could
Yes.
kill them." No, they were not living. They were merely costumes.
Beyond me.
I wouldn't sell yourself short.
I'm not short.
She kind of smiles.
I'm quite
No,
tall.
he's quite tall.
If I could perhaps pull our attention to slightly more interesting matters than height. This egg in which you are all seeking.
That.
What is your intentions?
I don't know. Something about omelets.
Can you repeat that for me?
Something about omelets. My first plan was to get there.
Right. But you intend to consume this egg when you get there.
Well, I've got nothing better for now.
I see. She definitely seems to just instantly lose interest in you. Like her entire body language kind of gives that off. And then she kind of glances at FleaBite and just raises an eyebrow.
FleaBite has been in fairly deep thought for a wee bit. For FleaBite, it's quite a feat. And he probably just holds out in one paw one of his earth elemental stones and say, "For TDs."
And like her face really like softens up and she smiles at him, like a big warm smile, and she puts her hand out just beneath yours where you're holding the stone.
He puts it in.
And she looks at it and she goes, "Oh my, what is this?"
Lucky throw rock stones. Very powerful. Worth great much.
And she kind of looks at the stone and then kind of looks at you and then looks back at the stone. She holds it in her hand. Yeah.
He would be quite honest, like that. To FleaBite, they are worth a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she's holding it in her hand, kind of like rolling it around, and then she licks it, and then kind of does that thing with her lips, like, and she goes, "You know, you're not wrong, FleaBite." And then she puts it on like a pouch attached to her belt and seals it back up again. And she goes over to that cupboard where she was like making the tea before, and she pulls out like a big kind of like tub thing, like almost like a kind of ceramic kind of jar, a big kind of cork stopper thing at the end of it. She brings it over and she just sits it in front of you, FleaBite. Goes, "There you go." She smiles at you.
You probably grab it and then run.
Yeah. Just run to another part of the villa. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she just kind of like smiles, like, you know, a mum that's just gave her kid a cookie type smile, you know, and they run off to go and do whatever they were doing. And then she pulls a chair out and she sits on it and then kicks both her feet up onto the table, leans back and pulls like one of the pancakes off the table and just starts munching on it. And she looks at both of yous, and then she settles on Adhair and she says, "So," in between munches, "he wants to make an omelette. What about you? Big dragon egg? Exciting prospects, right?"
It is egg. It is egg of dragon. What is prospects? He wants to eat it. Your son wants to kill it. I am with my friends. I do what they wish.
Right, so you have no desires regarding the egg.
What would I desire from a big egg? All I know is your son. He say, we destroy egg, we get Rundstad. This interests me.
So you want my country?
See, this is thing. You say all is your country. But your son, he is king of Rundstad.
Sure.
He is not king?
Who am I to argue with your beliefs?
It's not
Well,
my
she's-
beliefs, it's what I see.
You're talking to a dead woman.
She kind
But we
of
never
she thumbs
establish if
she thumbs over her shoulder towards Cognanc while she's like munching on this pancake, and she's like, "That is the consensus currently."
But you're very much here. And you're very much... I sort of like slightly scowl because I'm a bit grumpy, I'm a bit tired. And I'm like, you're definitely here too. Definitely you.
I think I've only ever been me, except when I was Hilda and Gus. But I was still me underneath
And that's
that.
the point.
She kind of nods. She goes, "But you're kind of missing the point here. You have an opportunity here. You have a king's support to go off into some unknown land, which is exciting unto itself. But you could go off and be something important, right? Like you're." And she looks at you, Adhair, and she goes, "You're scurrying for scraps from my son's table. Why not build your own
Are
table?"
we? I mean, he had a nice table. We didn't get to eat off it, but it was a nice table.
She rolls her eyes and all the screaming echoes through the world. And she says, "Huh." She stands up.
Yeah, not kind of.
She stands up, pushes the chair back in to where it was, and she just like goes to leave the room.
But don't leave. There's still so much food. We still have much to talk.
What do you offer? What's your piece?
She kind of stops in the doorway and puts her hand on the frame and looks over her shoulder at you, Cognanc, and she says, "Regarding what?"
Well, as far as I see it, you're trying to run the game from the sidelines without getting involved. And yet, we aren't even sure that you're you. You're just the thing that turns into things. So what's your angle? We don't know.
Would knowing
You've got to give something to get something.
Would knowing who I am for certain guarantee your place within this, and she air quotes, game?
It would help.
Would it now? Huh. Imagine that. And she just leaves the room.
Be careful, Cognanc. We are still not sure if she is old lady that break Thea mask. We don't want her to break anything else.
And
You checked a dead woman.
and then we
She's not dead. She was right there.
where did FleaBite go?
Just into like
Hiding.
yeah, into like a corner
Okay.
that he could like get comfortable in.
Sure, yeah.
Scratch up the carpet a little.
Of course. And yeah, like I think Thea, you and Haranen like are, coming in the front door, I think, by this point. And I think it's one of those things where you just go to like reach to open the door and it opens and Cynthia's standing there. It's like, wow, right on time. And she just grins at both you and Haranen with her jeweled teeth. And she smiles and then stands back a little bit and gestures for you to come in.
I love how the thing I was trying to avoid has happened. I'm like, yeah, Haranen, don't go there because you'll die. I'm gonna go there now.
I think Thea takes a step back, like notably in the way between Cynthia and Haranen, and motions for Cynthia and goes, "I take it your leave?"
She smiles and she says, "Well, it seems like my welcome was very, very much worn out." And she kind of like, like the kind of joy kind of drains a bit from her face. Yous are all pups struggling for a feed, and I have no interest in anything that isn't a wolf. And I think with that, she'll maybe
One
just like
wolf
walk.
won't do you any good.
I think it's like she starts to walk past you, and maybe like when she passes you, you say like, "One wolf." Is that what you said? Sorry, one wolf won't do you any good.
Yeah, I said one wolf won't do you any good. Yeah.
And she kind of turns and goes, "Oh, there's far more than one of you." And she smirks, and then she just keeps walking down the path away from the villa, unless you decide to follow her.
I think no. As she like walks past, she's like continually to stand in between her
Yeah,
and Haranen.
I think Haranen just waves absent-mindedly as she's leaving, right? Because he's kind of polite that way. So, yeah.
If I see it, I'll slap his hand down.
I mean, sure, why not? He kind of just goes, "Ow!" and then rubs the back of his hand. Well,
She broke it.
she broke it.
And then Thea just walks inside.
I think Haranen's just kind of staring, like Cynthia leaving the room, like the path, and then looking inside at the door you've walked through, and is like, "What's it?" And then he just walks inside. So yeah, do you go and speak to Andy when you're in, or?
I think she. Well, I think she would just walk into the kitchen.
Yeah, what's the conversation she walks in on? I guess then between Cognanc and Adhair at this point. Something about checking
I'd
out
like
dead
to-
women, maybe.
Yeah, I like to imagine that when she said, "I need a wolf," she just heard me howling with laughter.
I see what you did there.
Should leave.
So yeah, but back on that conversation that Thea walks in on. What's the topic of conversation between Adhair and Cognanc?
I'd like to point to the cupboard where the tea leaves were taken from and say I'm going to check it out.
I'm going to stay here and partake in funny lady's food.
It might kill you. You don't know what's in it. Magic.
Hey, FleaBite has had quite a bit, but he seems to be okay. And he gets some tea out of it.
FleaBite does many things that shouldn't work.
It's very true.
Yeah, Thea, you probably walk into, this discussion about FleaBite's capabilities.
Well,
Oh, hello, Thea. How are you feeling now that she's away?
ecstatic.
I wish I could tell, but I cannot.
Yeah, and she definitely does say that in the least ecstatic way she could.
Haranan kind of just
Not
waves
that
over.
she's not happy that she's gone.
Haranan
yeah,
just
okay.
He just waves to the two of you over her shoulder. Hey guys.
Ah, hello. I see you've changed.
He looks down. He's like, yeah. It's
When did you have time to do this? What did you do with the fancy clothes?
I took them home so that they wouldn't, get dirty or torn or. Was I supposed to keep them on? And he
Yeah.
turns to Thea and kind of just looks worried.
I think she just kind of like. I don't know if you can reassuredly gesture like.
A thumbs up
That
is probably
saying anything?
a given, right? A pat on the
Yeah,
shoulder,
she just,
maybe.
Like just a pat on the shoulder, like you're good.
And
Oh no, you're looking well, sir. You're looking well. More relaxed now. Much more relaxed.
there sure is a lot of food. And then
Don't eat it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I don't explain myself.
I was like, I wasn't going to eat your food.
Just if you do want to partake, be careful of this area over here. FleaBite ate a lot, and then he gave the food back, and then he eat the more food. So don't eat that food.
Oh, okay.
Are you hungry?
Sure. And he kind of like looks between the three of you because he's not really sure. Like somebody's basically said, "Don't eat it." Somebody else said, "Be careful what you eat because some of it's okay, some of it's not okay." And you're like, "Are you
I
hungry?"
would like to make myself, Haranan, and
Oh my.
possibly Adhair some actual non-witch food,
Right. Okay.
if
I-
that is possible.
Specifically, not Cognanc.
Yeah, specifically not Cognanc.
Yeah, like so. Cognanc, you head over to that cupboard, right? 'Cause I think you were saying you wanted to go that way. Yeah. You open the cupboard. What are you looking for?
Tea.
Sure. Yeah, there is possibly like random jars full of weird leaves. So
I'd like to pocket as much as possible for, journey's sake.
I see. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you can add a jar of tea if you want to your inventory.
But could I add like several jars if there's several jars of tea?
I mean, there are like multiple jars of leaves that look like tea leaves.
Mm.
Yes, but without knowing what they are.
That's a good point.
Mm.
Is there any like scent that I'd pick up on, or something like that I can roll on, or
Sure. Why don't you roll perception?
Nature.
Okay. Perception.
Okay, so you open up a couple of them, you have a sniff at them. None of them smell particularly bad, but it is just like smelling, the raw contents of, plants. Right?
Lovely.
So, it's up to you, but yeah.
If only we had a druid.
Just I'll pocket the lot and work it out from there.
Okay.
Piece
so,
by piece.
do you know how much a jar weighs?
Maybe like
Like
Kit Kat. 2 pounds or something.
D&D 5e. How much does a jar weigh? My God.
I only found Whisper Jar, so I can't help.
Right, so a full water skin weighs 5 pounds, so that's compared with 4 pints of liquid. So this is probably, I think 2 pounds is reasonable to assume each jar is 2 pounds, right?
Yeah.
It's probably more than that, but yeah.
Shall I put 5? 4?
There can be 5 jars, all 3 pounds each. There we go.
Okay.
'Cause that's the jar and the contents, I guess, so.
5 jars of maybe tea.
Yes, the maybe tea. Scott, you want to advise
Oh,
them on
like
how
maybe
to
tea.
drink maybe tea, or
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Don't want to
Oh.
relive those memories.
Oh,
the maybe wine?
I feel
Oh.
like there's a story here.
Yeah, check out Friday's game.
Okay.
Yeah, like session.
But where would I be able to check out such a video?
I know, right?
I can subscribe and I do
YouTube.com/Victor
do.
Triumph.
It's almost like all of my stuff's there, right on the screen, right? YouTube.com/Victor Triumph. But yes,
Yeah, no, but it doesn't help to get the audio reminder now and again. Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate it, guys. I really do.
VictorTriumphStore.com.
I mean, I might just start doing 1 XP for every shout out I get, right? But you're not allowed,
You may regret this.
That
Proper shilling mode activate.
just means I've got the time to go nip off and do other stuff during the stream, I guess.
At Victor Triumph on Twitter.
So, yeah, you pick up all the jars. Thea, do you want to go and do me a wee survival check? And we'll see how well you cook.
Sure. Is this for my cooking?
Yeah.
Shaboom!
I mean, yeah, probably takes you a bit of time.
I
and
feel like
describe what you
and
made.
not
Yeah.
poison.
Hot and not poisoned. Is this just Thea?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, yeah. I think what happens is like it's like really like she makes it look like she's a professional chef. Like tasting like the sauce now and again, like throwing just spices in very dramatically, and just dancing almost like elegantly across like the entire like kitchen, grabbing things as if she's been there for years, And then when she serves up these like 3 plates of just this brown goop, it's warm and it doesn't taste awful, but it doesn't really taste of much. I guess it's more beige than brown. And
I think Cognanc dodged a bullet, to be honest.
and I say goop, it's kind of like half. It's not soft and it's not like solid. It's like maybe the consistency of jelly if jelly was a meat.
Right.
While Thea's been making this, Adhair was clearing the table for what Thea was going to make. But as when walking past seeing this brown thingy liquid, can I be sneaking some of the lady's food into my mouth when I'm meant to be clearing it away?
Yeah, 100%. You want to just roll some, I guess, what sleight of hand? Do you want, or do you want stealth? I'm open to either for that, to be honest. Okay.
I did a slight.
I think the obvious. I think what happens is you stare over the counter at what she's making, look up at Thea, and then just a hand comes up, putting the food in your mouth.
Okay, I'm cool with that. He's looking good.
Can this be as I'm plating it up?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think
Oh my
Thea would
god.
turn around. Maybe she just like plates up the third plate and sees this and just like she has like a really like nice like smile as in I'm doing something that's like this is fun. And then she sees what Adhair's doing and her smile just drops. And she holds up one of the plates and just like pours it on the floor.
Okay.
What do you do? What
And
is-
like
what-
just stares Adhair in the face and just drops the plate like right next to his feet and walks past and puts the two dishes on the table.
Could I see this and scream, FleaBite?
You can. Indeed you do. FleaBite, what are you up to when you hear your name being hollered?
Could I rewind in the interim time
Mhm.
before that at all?
Yeah.
I think as soon as FleaBite sort of found his corner, he took out some leaves and started like trying to cut them up as fine as just like a small handful, maybe even just one big leaf.
Right.
Starts trying to cut it and grind it up as small as he can. It's
I wonder how Twitch feels about roleplay drug use. Like, But yeah, carry on.
On second thoughts, maybe he doesn't do that.
That's a very good question. I'll ask my Twitch people.
Like, I don't know how
Twitch
that
people.
works.
What does Twitch feel about roleplay drug use?
Then we will draw a veil over that scene. And
Yeah.
FleaBite will come running at the sound of his name.
Before you do that, do you want to give me a wee con save then? If you're going to be doing what I think you're doing that we're not going to say you're doing.
He was just holding it together.
And hello to all of our many viewers. I think there's maybe just some assumed and expected coughing after the huff, let's face it.
Can would I guess it's more of an Alexander question. Like the tea leaves that she made the special tea is this the same tea
Yes.
that FleaBite has?
It's the same leaves. It's mostly because, remember when I said it was like drinking nettles, but not nettle tea?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Because nettle tea is lovely.
it's probably horrible for that very same reason, right? But
But
I
it
should
did have medicinal properties.
I mean, you got numbed a bit, so there's that, right? You definitely have like your nose and all that goes numb, for obvious reasons. So there you have it.
Yeah. Then you would FleaBite would just come running, and particularly hearing Cognanc shout his name.
Yeah. So after a couple of seconds or two or whatever, like a FleaBite comes running into the kitchen, Cognanc.
Look! Magic food. Floor. Yes. I just look at Adhair. Sort of, well, oh well.
He's alright. I think I actually ate enough of the grilled teeth lady's food.
So Cognanc was motioning to the plate that Thea dropped on the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I guess. I mean, there still is all the other food, isn't there?
Yeah.
But at the encouragement from Cognanc, he would probably just start scooping it into his mouth and eating the stuff from the floor.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really smell like anything to you for some reason. Can't believe, don't know why that is. But yeah, you enjoy a meal prepared to the level of an 11. Not quite a cool, meme 11, but a roll of 11, as it were, and however that fashions. Beyond that, though, you sit down at the table, see, I guess, with Haranen, who's probably looking awkward as hell.
Yeah.
All of the weird,
I think she's,
tension in the room.
Yeah. I think she just, smiles at him But she's got that kind of passive-aggressive smile now because obviously her food isn't good enough for Adhair, so, well...
I just had a very big appetite. I expected maybe like a big banquet like a lady did. I'm sorry, I did not mean to offend.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Thea would just be
Food,
like,
smell, taste, or nothing.
Oh, Thea reacting to FleaBite at all?
Sorry, because I was talking over FleaBite. I don't know what FleaBite said. I'm sorry.
Food taste not nearly as good smell. Did some other thing make this food?
Adhair gestures like various chin. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Thea just kind of like it grips her cutlery really hard and looks up at Haranen, smiles, and starts shoveling this food down her face.
Okay.
Could I then look at Haran and be like, "So, young man, yes, but what have you done with the time I've allowed you? You know, I paid for your shift after we were barred for life."
I don't think you're barred for life. Just, you know.
Barred for life.
No, I think like you'd be welcome back as long as you didn't, you know. And he kind of like looks around and he's like, you know, as long as Alvyn doesn't, you know, wreck the place again like he did before.
I did no such thing.
You're not here, shut up. And
I'd rest my case.
And he says, I didn't realize it was you that like paid for the rest of my shift. Thank you. Why did you do that?
Because my friend wanted to spend time with you.
And his
And
mouth,
please tell me you spent that time wisely.
his mouth just goes open at that, like when you say like, you know, your friend wanted to spend time with him, and then he just goes red and he doesn't necessarily say anything. And he kind of looks over at Thea, then down at the plate, and just starts eating. As if I would rather be doing something than having to, you know, respond to this slightly awkward situation there.
Could I pick up on this?
Yeah, I don't think it's subtle at all, to be honest. So yeah.
Subtlety is not
it's a very
Haranen's
difficult
strong
role.
suit, I don't think.
And just sort of obviously at Thea, but loudly for the whole room. Like, so, did you ever get your mask sorted? What happened there?
I think everyone just leave Thea alone.
Leave me alone.
She says, Alvyn took it.
Oh, and then I say very loudly and very obviously, and I'm sort of like looking, like very obviously not at Haranen, like a 90-degree angle away from him.
Yeah, like you've leaned into the camera shot and turned away from him towards the camera. Yes.
Well, he's a bit difficult, and he's always looking for lackeys to do his labouring, this stuff he doesn't like to do himself. Anything for a hand, you know, a big strong lad.
Wait, who's always looking for a big strong lad?
Well, I think my listeners are out there and they fit the bill. No, carry on. Yep.
So I just sort of leave it like that, very obvious and laid out.
I'm probably going to roll to see how Haranen takes any of this.
Badly.
Okay, right. So I think for Haranen's sake, yeah, I think he's understanding some of the context to this. Not a lot of it, because not a lot of it makes sense to him, but so far he's picked up that Alvyn's difficult, and I think he's sticking with that as a bit of safety in terms of his own way to interpret the scene. Not necessarily that Enda can see this in him, but he then kind of looks up at Thea, and he kind of like swallows hard, and he's like, to try and like, again, maybe either swallow the actual food or pluck up enough courage, we're not sure which. He says, thank you so much for the meal.
It's my pleasure. I think she sincerely smiles, and then has another bite. Like she, in her mind, it's pretty good.
I mean, it's definitely passable as food, right? Like it's not bad by any means. It's just not quite.
And having spent months having boat rations.
You mean fish? Just fish? Yeah.
Just fish.
A month of fish.
Anything's decent, because it's different,
This is it. And also, these are all probably pretty hungry, so that is also a thing, right? What's Cognanc going to do about food? Because you haven't eaten yet, right?
In
like a day.
I suppose I peruse the cupboards and stuff. I obviously don't trust the witch's food. Is there anything?
Good man.
The witch's food. Yes. Is this Thea
or
is this
witch?
Yes.
Oi.
Sorry, priestess.
Thank you.
Haran's got your back. Don't worry.
No, he's gonna call me princess.
Oh my.
We're not having. There's no one. Anyway,
the princess of chaos.
Sorry, we're losing the we're losing the divide between Calum and Thea here.
Okay. So yeah, I think what do you even do with that? So let's go to. Tell me what you're doing for food first, Cognanc. That's what I asked.
So wanting to just start rummaging in all the cupboards and seeing if I can collect something that obviously, it's been left in the cupboard or.
Roll survival, because you'd need to fashion some kind of meal out of it regardless, because it'll all be like foodstuffs, right? Stuff that lasts a reasonable length of time. The place has been stocked with. It's
Because I'm there, can I give him advantage?
No, because you didn't say you were going to give him a hand when he was rummaging through cupboards. So you're too busy eating the actual good food, though.
Yeah, true.
And you
entrancing.
I think you throw some stuff together, right? But it's not really gonna hold you over. When you've not eaten in an actual day and you think, oh, I can't be bothered making actual food. I'll just eat this, and it will at least be something in my stomach. It's that equivalent where you know that if you went for a period of time again without food, you're probably going to end up exhausted, as per the rules of the game.
Could whilst I'm doing this, perhaps half the reason why I have failed so miserably is because I'm mumbling in the old kind of man kind of sense about that time that I was a labourer for Alvyn, and I carried his stuff around and I helped him build a cannon. And
yeah, so you're trying to say loudly enough, I guess, as opposed to mumble. So if maybe Haranen hears this, is that the intent?
Yeah, it's in a very deep kind of.
Yeah.
Like that video of that Prime Minister is casting a spell recently.
No idea.
Oh yeah, that's
no idea what
hallucination.
No idea what you're talking about legitimately, but mostly because it's politically related. Let's keep it off stream. So, Yeah, I think it's a mix of you trying to, obviously your intention is to try and manipulate Haranen in some abstract way, and also just the fact that there's not really enough stuff left over in here that would constitute a meal in Cognanc's eyes, right? So yeah, you're left with something that isn't really gonna do much for you by the end of it. So what's Cognanc's thinking, or his plan for this? Is he going to try and do something else for food, or is he just going to give in and ask Thea to make him something, or is he going to eat the witch's food, as you put it?
I mean, didn't I clear most of that away though?
Well, I mean, it still exists though, right? It's like you just have to have moved plates.
But when I say clear away, see the cooking wouldn't have been taking it to a bin.
No, because you never
do that.
Well, you never said you were binning the food, so it's still present
I didn't
for folks.
specify that, so
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
yeah, okay.
Which means there's still witch food present. Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you then want to start binning it, having seen Cognanc fail at cooking, which is just mean.
No, I'm not that evil.
Okay, good.
Yet.
Whew.
Thea hasn't had her full effect on me.
Okay.
He's
So-
not evil.
So Cognanc, what's your food
I'd
plans?
probably,
Yeah.
I'd probably eat what I made and realize I was still starving, but had enough energy to do something. And then I'd just begrudgingly look over at Adhair, and just see him happily chomping away. And I'd just walk over to him, assuming he's still quite close to Haranen, and I'd be like, "Oh, this never would have happened when I was labouring for Alvyn. He always fed me well." And then I'd turn to Adhair and just pat my shoulder, my arm on his shoulder, my shoulder on his arm, and I'd be like, "What? Where did you put the witch's food?"
I put up next to the sinking area, you know, where the plate goes to get
Thea
the
stands
water.
up and leaves.
But Thea might not be happy if you try to eat it.
She's gone.
You know what? Never mind. It's really good.
She comes back through.
Haranen,
We're leaving.
Seeds and food just opened up.
So yeah, I think Haranen
I
just
was joking, but
Haranen just.
no. Yeah, that yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's
because I was literally about to ask him to eat the food.
so I think all that happens, right? It was all said, so it all happens. Haranen just awkwardly goes, "Oh, okay." He stands up and says, "Goodbye, guys," awkwardly, and then
Could I just have a final attempt and very obviously stare at him, and then just yell, almost screeching, with my hands on my temples, be like, "Just help with the bloody mask, the blooming mask."
what?
I'm getting an echo, guys. What? Sorry, I
Dunno.
didn't know make out a
It's
lot.
maybe you.
Um,
I've not heard one.
It wasn't echo, but I believe it was just help with the bloody mask.
But
it's
blooming,
coming from Ryan.
Is it?
Yeah.
yeah, you're coming through.
Yeah, you're right.
Really? How curious. I mean,
That's odd.
nothing on my side has changed to cause that to happen, so maybe it's just other people being too loud.
How dare they?
Gasp.
This is my.
Mhm.
Is it still happening?
Please
It's only
stand
once in
by.
a while.
While we deal with this, youtube.com/Viktor Triumph, at Viktor Triumph on Twitter. You can follow me, Calum Blaine, at everything. Instagram, Twitter, probably Facebook, but I won't add you back because I don't use it.
I mean, literally, I
Um,
asked a question. I'm still waiting on the answer.
Oh, sorry. What was
Yeah.
the question?
Is it still happening?
I didn't hear anything there, so
I mean, I changed nothing, so here we are.
That's so weird.
yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Hmm.
Meanwhile, as I
Oh,
was
well.
saying, so Harlan just kind of looks at Cognanc, and obviously when he's kind of staring intently at him with his hat, like his hands on his temples, Harlan just leaves quickly. I don't even know if he hears what you say. Because that is terrifying, the idea of a 60-year-old turtle man staring intently with his fingers pointing at his temples. The mask!
I imagine I came off as very crazy before that happened as well. Just this grumpy old man.
I mean, you were very
Grumpy old
unwelcoming
man.
to him, like both in the gatehouse, and you never said a word to him at dinner. And then
How good.
yeah,
Fancy that.
I know, right? It's crazy.
I mean, at least I cock blocked him, you know?
Yeah, I know, right. But yes,
You
so
did your part.
he just follows after Thea. I think we move over to Alvyn again, right? Who's like in the waiting area of the guardhouse, right?
Still.
Yeah. So it's probably been what, 20 minutes you've waited so far? What's happening? What are you up to?
Oh, literally just sitting still in my wee huff, so I'm just like, oh, for fucking Jupiter. And every now and again I'll be like, King got the message yet?
And I think, like, do you go up to the guard to say that, or do you shout it from the waiting area?
Oh, I'll just shout it from where I'm sitting.
Yeah. And I think there's no response at all from the metal men.
Alright, I'll just kind of stand up then and just kind of hump, like, be still in a huff, like, kind of just stomp over and like, King got the message yet? This is kind of important. I feel like I'm just sitting about here, twiddling my thumbs, bored. And I shouldn't be bored, I should be terrified.
Scared of what? You hear from the doorway.
Scared. Is it one of the guards?
No. You turn round, look at the doors, and in there, like, you've got Cynthia leaning against the frame of the door. She's munching on an apple.
What an absolute slut cannon.
Wow! Wow! The views of Alvyn do not represent anybody else's views.
Adhair's trying to fire in there, dude. Come on.
Exactly. My point is proven.
That's what he's hoping for.
So,
Yeah, so I just turned around and I just, Did we establish any deities in this?
I mean, who do you need?
Just something that would be the equivalent of a god damn it, not you.
I mean, you can just say God damn it, right? Keep it ambivalent.
No, fair enough.
Or
Yeah.
ambiguous, both.
Yeah.
Both's good.
I'll just be like, damn it, not you. And I'll be like, well, you. And I'll be like, turn around to the guards. And I'll be like, guards, do you see this woman?
Obviously, they don't move. I think we saw this coming, didn't we?
Yeah, and again, I'll just be like, not this again.
So she walks forward a bit.
What do
and
you...
she bites into the apple a bit more. So she's like, working her way around the apple. And she's like, terrified of me, you see. And she goes, and then she's like, what did I do?
Turn around and be like... Yeah, I'll just like turn around to face her again and be like... Terrified of what you are and what your intentions are. You're not Cynthia von Rune. You can't be.
Oh. If I'm not Cynthia, then she goes, bites a bit the apple. Damn, this is a good apple. Who else would I be? She just smiles, and all of her like horrible, like jeweled gemstone teeth are on display.
Well, you clearly have the knack for being an imposter, as per your other two people that you already have been at the same time, might I add.
She kind of looks up, and she like taps the apple like off her chin a little bit, as if she's thinking. And she says, "But why would it matter?" She kind of gestures vaguely to the room. She goes, "Why is that terrifying? Say I'm not Cynthia von Rune, as you have said many times. What do you learn from this? That, dearest Richter's mother is still dead, and there is somebody posing as her? What do you learn from this? Nothing." She bites into the apple.
I learned the truth. I hardly imagine if you were really Cynthia that Rector would be so up in arms over hearing that we met you.
I think you underestimate the anger of a child, quite frankly. If he was under the impression his mother, myself, were dead, and he found out that she was walking around her country, quite alive, that would be quite upsetting for a child. Just as the news of an imposter would be. So you've learned nothing. Bites into the apple again. She kind of like, she's not like, she kind of like shrugging and looking at you like, you see, you know. Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, what are you doing here then? And
But-
like kind of gesture towards the guard house.
Oh, I came to chat with you. I was wondering what you were up to. Nobody else seems as She waves the apple vaguely. Interesting. Bites into the apple.
Kind of like,
Hey.
and I was just kind of like, you know, like brush my knuckles on my. I'm just like, well, what can I say? I do have a
Grab
knack.
your ball.
I do have a I do have a knack for the interesting.
Sure. Let's find out, shall we? And then she motions to like the seating area of the guardhouse, and she goes and she sits down, and she pats the seat next to her. I won't bite,
But
promise. She like crosses like her nail over her like heart.
I just kind of be like, What did you take me for an apple?
And then she like reaches in to like her robes and pulls out another one. She goes, "No, but would you like one?" She like turns it in the light.
I'll be like, oh no! I've seen this story before.
Luckily, the GM won't plagiarize it though. As she turns the apple over, she does not say.
Yeah, but I will go sit beside her, but again, it's like kind of as far from her as the bench allows, kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's like
Right.
maybe a big like kind of corner unit type thing, so you can sit like right across from her.
Because like in Alvin's mind, it's like, well, she's here. If the king did get my message,
Yeah, maybe he'll
then
come in and
the
then
king
yeah.
will be coming. Yeah, he'll come here. So yeah,
And she sits and she goes, "Sit yourself," and she kind of crosses her legs and leans back on the kind of seating, and she like finishes what's left of her apple, and she says to you, "So, the rest seem to have no purpose when it comes to this dragon egg, but I imagine you're slightly more invested in this potential discovery."
and why would you think that?
You are a man of many secrets and talents, it seems.
Well, knowledge is power.
She bites into the other apple. She just stares at you.
I just feel like you really like your apples.
And like, you know, with our mouth kind of half full, she's like, "They're really good. Picked just this morning."
From where?
She like motions like over her shoulder with her free hand, and she's like, "There are apple trees in my country. Don't you have them in yours?" "That's right. You don't have a country. Not anymore."
Nope, and I intend on keeping it that way. But pray tell, how did you know that?
She just grins, a big kind of toothy grin. Again, all the gemstones that are her teeth shining in the light. And she says, "Knowledge." She winks at you. And takes a bite of the apple. And then she says, "The rest, your turtle friend, he musingly tells me he plans to make an omelette of this dragon egg you seek, and the strange sounding one, the Genasi, he seems to be...
I thought you were reading FleaBite.
Yeah, same.
No. He seems to
Hey,
be...
I'm not strange. You're strange.
You're strange to her. It's all relative, man, don't worry. And she says, he seems to have more carnal desires. However, you... what would you do with it? Do you plan on giving it to my son? Or... it's like, motions vaguely. My imposter son?
I'm just gonna go, well, that is the task that has been asked of me,
I see.
and it is the one that I have accepted.
Right. So...
But tell me, what would you do with the egg if you had it?
I've never owned a dragon. I don't know if you can own a dragon. So... It's a very good question. But... what would you do with it? That was my question. You've mostly just told me you're going to be the... lackey to my son.
I delve in facts. There's no point in going on and on about what I or you or them would do with the
I thought you were trying to
dragon egg.
stall her. This is a really bad tactic if you're trying to stall her.
No. I'm working here.
Okay.
And be like, I mean, what does it really matter what I would want to do with it when that's not what the plan for the egg is?
Right. And what is your plan for the egg?
And I'll be like, well, my plan for the egg is when we leave here, we shall go slightly to the northeast. What's the place called again, Ryan? Sorry, because the map's not up.
What place are you... like, this is it, where the egg is, supposedly?
Yeah, where
Barris.
the egg is.
Barris.
Barris. We'll go slightly northeast towards Barris. And after some travel, we will get to Barris.
I'll move us to the
And
world
then
map,
while
just so
we're-
you've got it up as well.
Yeah. Then while we're in Barris, I guess first thing we should probably do is rest a bit because that's going to be quite a journey. Unless you know anyway quickly how to get there, am I right? Then I'll be like, well, in Barris, I guess we need to negotiate and come up with some plan to acquire the egg, and then we'll get the egg. But while getting the egg, we'll probably take in some local activities. Probably end up. Oh, I mean, like, I wonder what their libraries are like. I mean, surely they have more research going on, and literally Alvyn just goes into a complete tangent on an absolute rant about the knowledge that Barris must have.
Mhm. Yeah, and as you do, she then just sits and, like, you just see, like, her, I think the phrase, her eyes drink everything you give in, right? So she's just there watching you, like, she finishes the second apple. She sets the core next to the first one on the seat next to her, and then she kind of clears her throat ever so gently, and she says, so what you're saying is you have a lot you want from this egg, it sounds like.
I want adventure is what I want. Whatever brings me it, doesn't matter.
She kind of
As long
smiles.
as there's new things.
You told me you deal in facts, but I think you actually deal in possibility way more than facts. You've just spent the last 5 minutes rambling about what could be, gained from your adventures towards Burris. Yet, nothing you said was fact. She kind of like smirks at you and tilts her head like,
Right. First stage of a fact is having to make it possible.
She thinks about that for a bit. She goes, I don't know if I believe that. I think things can be...
Alvyn's just like, I don't know if I believe it either.
Yeah. And then she stands up and she like cracks her neck and she says, would you like to go walk? She motions to the doors out of the gatehouse.
I mean, and I just kind of gesture towards my legs. I'm like, my legs are kind of tiny, and where would you want to
as you
go?
say that, she just looks at you and goes, I'm not carrying you.
You'll have to toss me.
She just laughs.
I'll go, but like, where would you want to go, and what do you want from me anyway?
Merely conversation. Surely that's not beyond you, right?
What's wrong with having a conversation here?
I find this rather... She looks around the room with her eyes and she says, drab, quite frankly. I'd rather walk through the countryside. I can show you the apple orchard if you wish.
Nobody.
I might
Fine,
even
I'll
pluck
bet.
one from a tree for you. She kind of like smirks at you again.
You're like, I'll have you know, I am a great climber. I could easily get trees out of apples.
I would like to see this. She just smiles very kind of like pleasantly.
And they'll be like, fine, I'll bite, let's go. And then just kind of like hop down and just be like...
Yeah, she motions with both her eyebrows, that kind of, oh yeah, kind of motion with both of them. And and
And
then...
I was like, but... Oh, sorry.
No, on you go.
And I'll be like, but let me start with the questions first. What could you tell me about your husband?
Huh. Do you know something? Not many people ask me of my husband. And she like walks out of the gatehouse with you. As you start walking, she says, I'm not overly fond of inquisitive people normally, but I'll make you a deal. I ask a question, I get an answer, you ask a question, you get an answer. If you wish to make it more interesting, we could even promise to be honest with each other. And she just laughs, as you're like walking and talking.
And I'll be like, I'm not one for lying, so sure.
Now, is that actually true?
Yeah,
Cool.
it's true.
Roll deception.
Yep. Against
Roll
me. Yeah.
Like, roll deception. Is Alvyn lying to himself? Alvyn is hit with confusion.
Yep. He hurt himself. Yep. Yeah, so he's walking his talk a bit, and she says, okay, let me start with this then. I know your question. If you were to get this egg, what is your intentions? What do you plan to do? Say you stand before it. What is your next action? Is it to take it to my son? Is it to destroy it? Is it to... she waves her hand vaguely in the air. Bring it to hatch, for example.
Well, I'm not fond of keeping pets that are bigger than me. And I think giving the egg back to your son would put me in good stead with him. Plus, like I said before, that is the task I signed up for. I don't sign up to tasks to then not see them through.
Oh my god, the students. Episode 1, everybody.
hey.
Episode 1.
Sorry.
Yeah, so she says, okay, so you feel honour bound to serve my son in a task you have agreed to. I see. Okay. So your intentions are to, again I ask, take him the egg or destroy it?
I'm pretty sure they're both one and the same. He wants to destroy it. I mean, I don't know what dragon eggs are made of. I mean, maybe if he does destroy it, he'll let me keep a piece, and I can examine it for myself.
Would you like a
And
piece
like-
of a dragon? She smiles.
A piece of, and I'll be like, a piece of the egg? I don't know how to cook a dragon.
She definitely looks like that's immediately put her off a bit, like your joke about cooking it. And she's like, so you are like your friends. Okay. I took no husband. And she just turns and keeps walking.
Then who was Richter's father?
It's my question. She smiles.
Sorry, my lady. I was like,
My
sorry,
lady, is
my
it though?
lady,
Yes,
on you
okay.
go.
Let me rephrase my thoughts then. She kind of like acts a bit flustered, and she says, if I were to offer you an alternative task, would you take to it as dutifully as you have taken to my son?
I'll be like, depends on what the task is. No point in shrouding it in mystery. Let me know, and we shall see.
Is that your question? She smiles.
No, that's my answer to your question.
So your
I-
answer is a question. It depends on the task. She's kind of
Yeah,
like she's playful, right? With this, she's very playful.
Yeah, I'm like, I can't agree to something which I don't know what it is yet. What's the alternative?
I merely asked for the knowledge of if it were something you would consider. You told me you were loyal, as it were.
They're like,
There is
I
no
mean-
point in me posing a task for you if it's going to contradict what you feel obligated to achieve for another. Do you see?
yes, but it depends on what task offers me the best benefit.
Does morality not factor into this in any way for you? Do you not have a conscience in which you wish to weigh?
And be like, not much room for a conscience in my head. And it's kind of like that. But I speak loudly enough as it is. All I want is good adventure.
I see. And roll perception for me.
Whoop-ah!
Yeah, I
That
think
was terrible.
no, it's fine. I think when you look up, you realize that like you're in the middle of a forest. Like the town is gone. Like you have no concept of having walked this far. It's been as long as our conversation has taken, and you're already in a forest with her.
I'd be like, man, maybe my legs aren't as small as I thought.
She kind of smiles, and she reaches up, and it's clearly a massive orchard. And she plucks off 2 apples, and she hands you one.
I'd be like, I'll take it.
And she just starts biting into it. And she kind of sits down at the bottom of the tree and kind of like crosses her legs. And she pats the ground next to her, next to the tree.
I'd be like, fine. I'd like kind of walk over and just kind of like slam my butt down and just be like,
She can't tell it's towards you. It's your question, by the way.
And we're like, who was Richter's father then?
And she like slowly starts nodding while she's munching on a bit of the apple. She takes like a big deep breath. And she says, in all honesty, he doesn't have a father. Not the way in which you think. And I think we take a
And you
break
just
there.
kind of say like,
That's definitely where the break comes in. Dun
You-
dun dun dun.
face
Anakin!
of a bun.
Dun, da, 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 da.
Midichlorians is so smooth.
Dun, 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 dun,
So,
dun, 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 dun.
We will be back in, let's say, 15 minutes. We're back from our wonderful break, and for those of you who are still with us, I'm Ryan, the GM. This is session 12, part 2 of the invasion. It's the 1st of July 2020. Here are the players.
Hi, welcome back. My name is Gregor, and I play Adhair, who is an air genasi who's going through some strange changes. He sounds like Dracula now.
Hi, I'm Scott. I play a... No, I don't play Adhair. Shut up, Scott.
Wow.
You wish you did.
I play Alvyn, who is a gnome who is currently stuck in an apple orchard.
Hi, I'm Calum M. I'm playing Cognanc, the barbarian. He's also an angry old turtle. The end of his tether. Or leather, whichever.
Heather.
Good evening, I'm Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing FleaBite, the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hello, I'm Calum B. And yeah, I play Adhair too. I will be playing Thea, the priestess of chaos, lover of all things, and generally great person.
Excellent. I guess, hi, I'm still Ryan, still the GM. I play Haranan, desirer to be all things, I guess, right? So,
So you
here
work
we
for
are.
Adhair as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Right, so, meanwhile, in this game we play
In the Fortress of Chaos.
Deep Underground. Anyway, so, yeah, I think we focus on the party. What he's up to now? What's the plan? It's late at night. He's in the villa, except Alvyn.
Well, have we moved out of the kitchen into...
You tell me, where have you moved to?
I'm asking the group, not you.
Wow, I'll just shut up then.
Get off my back!
Wow, I just annoyed the DM. I'm screwed.
Is that thunder I hear outside? Na 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 na.
Well, Thea, you and her, I can never say his name.
Ryan.
Ryan.
Horion,
We left.
You and Horion, yes, into the living quarter area, like the what you class as a living room, or did you leave?
Oh, I just went out, well, I literally just left the kitchen door, so wherever the kitchen door leads, there.
I'm assuming that's like a living room.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, the living room. The communal quarters.
Yeah. So, Ryan, would that be? I mean, it wouldn't. Well, is it sofas? Is it
I mean,
uncomfortable dining area?
why are you asking is my question. What's the intended desirable
I've got
outcome
it in my
here?
head,
Do you want to just like
I'm
run
just
and
wondering
jump
where
and...
we're all gonna. I just like to know where I'm going if I'm going there.
I mean, there's a room full of seating that you could call a living room if you wish. There are also many rooms that people could take up as accommodation, as in bedrooms. It's a very comfortable villa.
Is there a top floor?
Yeah,
Like a first floor, blah blah blah.
there's an upstairs.
And is that where the sleeping?
Yeah, for the
Area
most
is.
part, yeah.
Cool. Well, if we're finishing the kitchen, like Cognanc, FleaBite. Well, FleaBite just got some new fresh food on the floor. So.
Yeah, but I
if
feel
we're
like that's
finishing here-
long gone, I think, now.
Then, I believe I'd make my way into the living room, and I'd assume there's a fire already going, or do we need to start one?
No, there's not even a fireplace.
Oh, the temperature's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Just we're quite high up. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Chilling in the living room.
Excellent.
So there's heat from somewhere.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
You might even say it's the floor.
Yeah.
Oh.
We're on top of volcano.
The floor is lava?
The floor is lava. Yeah, I just never told them to. You've slowly been melting this whole game.
Only for you, Ryan.
Aw.
Only for you. Oh, give me XP.
Well, as Adhair would finish in the kitchen, head on through to the living area, is Thea and her fella there? Do I interrupt him?
Don't know, where do we find Thea and Horanen?
I guess after like going, Horanen, we're leaving. I'll just like go through to like the communal area and just kind of sit down, just in the thing, and maybe put my head in my hands and take like a deep breath. Like that.
I think he just kind of like comes and sits like next to you, and then just kind of waits with you until like you kind of come up for air, as it were.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
I
been.
think I do look up it.
I was gonna say.
sorry.
I was gonna say for Adhair's sake, this probably happens just mere minutes before you walk through. But sorry, carry on, Thea.
Yeah, no, it's like she'd like take that second to just kind of breathe and kind of, I suppose, get out of the heat of the room. And just look up and smile at Horanen and be like, "Ah. How are you?"
Oh, me? Yeah, I'm okay. And he kind of just smiles like, kind of dumbfoundedly, back at you.
Yeah.
And he's like, how are you?
I think she kind of like looks over to the corner of the room and is thinking to herself, how am I? And she looks back at him and says, I am. Then she smiles and just says, I don't know.
That's
I
okay.
do not know.
Sometimes I don't know how I feel sometimes too. And he kind of like scratches the back of his head again. He's like, usually that's when I go and see the horses. And they make me feel better.
Hmm.
He kind of like nods at that. Like it's like, a tried and true method.
So you hide behind your horses,
I mean,
like I hide behind my mask.
I don't know if I would say I hide, but I think are you like the horses are there, and if I need them to be there, like they're there, and sometimes I speak to them, and sometimes I imagine if they speak back what they would sound like. And Beaver's all grumpy like this because I'm a very old horse, and then it kind of like just rambles on for like maybe like 5 minutes.
I think like if it like cut to like Thea's like point of view, what she hears is while she goes, everyone has something to hide behind. This is interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, and I think maybe this is what Adhair and all that walks. Yeah. No, because that's Thea's thoughts. But like, you do walk in, and it's just Horanen mumbling about what it might sound like if the horses talked to him. Whether or not you can put together all this, who knows? But yeah.
And I think maybe Thea like idly like out loud is going, oh, interesting. Huh.
What
But
is
not
so
to-
interesting?
I think that would kind of snap Thea out of her reverie.
And Horanen
As
out of
the-
his ramble, yeah.
Yeah. And maybe as they both kind of turn around at the same time and look at her enter the room.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt. It's just, I'm finished in the eating kitchen, and I come through to sit with you. If it's all right, or do you wish to be alone some more? Sorry, I do not mean to make awkward.
Thea looks at Horanen.
Horanen is not looking at Thea. He's just looking,
I
like,
guess-
at his hands that are on, like, his legs. Just sitting there, awkwardly, because it's not his house, right? He is technically a guest here.
It's not first.
Yeah, right. But that's why I think it's maybe even more awkward for him. This random country bumpkin boy, you know.
Yeah. I think Thea stands up, looks at Adhair and goes, "Come right in. Have a seat. How about I get you? Oh no, never mind." And then sits down.
Do not hold up the grudge. We do not need this. I'm sorry. It was area you're not used to, and so I understand. You know, I understand. It's all right. We are still friends. Huh?
I think she sits down and motions to a chair.
I believe the Cognanc he's coming through. FleaBite, I think he's still eating. I do not know where such a small thing puts so much food, other than when he spits it back out.
So yeah, is FleaBite and Cognanc coming through to join the festivities in the living area?
I'll probably pedal through very slowly, lumbering.
Mm-hmm. And FleaBite?
Yeah, but I think he would probably sort of scurry into the corner and start to have he'd probably just sort of curl up in the corner and start to sleep.
Yeah.
Not really interested in the group. He's a bit sleepy. He's eaten a lot and thrown up a lot, and it's been a trying.
It's been a long day. You could say, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like 6 sessions. And yeah, so he'll probably start sleeping in the corner.
Okay. Yeah.
Like obviously after he's scuffed up the carpet a good bit.
It's all like tiles, so yeah, you can try and scuff up some tiles if you want. And yeah, so I think after some scurrying and scuffling,
as he tries to scuffle in, can I turn to the others and be like, should we get blanket or cover or something to put over him?
He'll be fine.
You alright?
I think Haran kind of goes, so FleaBite's a person, yeah, not a pet, right? And kind of looks at everybody like, what?
Oh, you're so lucky he's asleep.
Well,
FleaBite, he is our comrade. He is one of us.
But do ask him to eat off the floor?
It is his way.
Chooses to eat off the floor, dear.
He's a complex, simple creature.
Haha, I can relate. And he kind of chuckles nervously at the group of Thea and her brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, does he want to eat off the floor as well?
Mm-hmm. We'll see what stage of the relationship it gets to with Thea.
Yeah, I think as he nervously laughs, he looks around and goes, "I suppose formal introductions are in some form of order."
Did we not do earlier?
I don't think we properly went, "Here, this is Haranen, by the way."
No, I don't think there was any actual official introductions.
No.
There was mostly shade thrown Thea's way.
Yes. Because it was going to happen, and then Adhair was like, "Woohoo!
Just like that.
Who's this?"
Just like that.
So,
I like I didn't sound like that, but okay.
yeah, okay,
Uncanny.
yeah, sure. If you imagine that, but with more testosterone.
Hey!
Forget about it.
So yeah, back in the scene though. Yeah, it's just I think more formal introductions are in order. Everyone, this is Haranen. Haranen, this is everyone.
Cloak billows.
And I was like, well, while you're sitting down as well, because it probably looks awkward as hell, as it tries to billow as you're sat on it. It probably goes like a sail on a ship.
I imagine I've been standing this entire time, but I'm fine with that as well.
Either or. And he says, "Oh, that's a really fancy cloak you've got. Is that from town?"
I don't remember their names. They were nice.
The guy like nods.
FleaBite was himself around them though. It's a real shame.
Oh. Alright,
No,
that's
that's
curious.
nothing.
Oh.
Look, it changes colour too.
Oh. And obviously he sees the one underneath billowing the one that changes colour on top of it. He's like, that's real fancy. He just sits awkwardly.
I embrace the silence.
Mm-hmm. There.
And I guess you're familiar with Adhair's. And she leaves a pause going. Personality.
You're a Genasi, aren't you?
Adhair was. Yes, I am Genesi. Sorry, I must apologize. I'm slow of speaking because something strange happened to me. I'm unsure why. Voices changed a bit. I don't not know.
That happened to me a while back as well. Folks told me it was normal.
Is normal to hear the voice in language you do not understand?
Oh, no, that's probably really dumb. I just meant that I was, when I was younger, like I had I sounded younger, and then, I got to the age, he nods at all the assumed men in the room, and he says, and then my voice got deeper. That's what I meant.
And then what?
It kind of like shrugs like now, I guess. Like nothing's. That's my voice now.
What about? But why has your voice stayed same or did it change?
It got deep. It got deeper.
Diaper. Okay. Do you? I don't think we go through the same thing. Do you hear voice in heads which are other words that you do not know?
I think he turns to, like, as you were saying that, he quickly turns to Thea and goes, "Heads?" Question, like, looks like, what the fuck? And then turns back to you to listen. And he's like, I just hear the one voice in the one head. And he kind of taps the side of his head, like, without thinking. And he's like, I can't say.
You only have the one voice in head.
How many am I supposed to have?
No, I used to, at least one or two. But now, so many, and they speak in things I do not understand, and it really hurts.
Is that maybe a Genasi thing then? Because I don't think it's a me thing.
Are you racist? And he points towards me.
What?
Is this because I am Genasi?
That's what I was. I was suggesting that maybe it's normal for Genasi to hear more than one voice. I never said that was.
If I knew anything about my people, I might take offense, but I do not know much.
Boy.
So.
And then, like, I think he turns to like Thea again and kind of whispers, "Why is it he still sounds angry?"
I think he always sounds angry.
And then he kind of looks at you and goes, I meant no offense, mister. I've never really met a Genasi before. So it's all kind of new to me.
So there is no Genasi in Rundstedt.
I think Haran just looks at you, Thea, opens his eyes wider and kind of nods like once gently, and then he looks back at Adhair and he says, I mean, have you asked the king about your voice? Maybe he'd know. He's quite smart. He's the smartest person I know of.
He does not tell us yet. He calls us in Oh
my god.
Fuck?
And then, like, Haranen just like retreats a bit, like, very visibly uncomfortable. Like, I don't know what the hell I've just done to anger this man. Why is he speaking in tongues?
The voices in head get louder. hard to control now.
Oh,
Definitely should have
feels like-
taken sleep as a spell. Oh my god.
what for Haran?
They keep trying.
For everyone.
It's like they are pushing through. I do not understand. But every time we speak to your king, he does not speak long. And his mama, we try to speak to her, and
Oh,
okay,
oh no,
I might
no,
get
no! Like
distracted.
it's you shouldn't talk about his mum.
Ooh,
She's
Cynthia?
he kind of turns and he shivers at that, and he's like, she's
But you just saw.
what?
Oh, we did.
And he
Tell
look,
me about Cynthia, boy.
Okay. Haran. You know the horrible woman who opened the door?
I mean, yeah.
She looks around the room and says, claims to be Cynthia von Roon.
Oh. And then it
goes
really
to
you can see it really sinks into him oh no, and he kind of stands up and kind of backs away slightly. He's like, I think I should
What's he doing?
I think I should go.
The horse is about to bolt.
He kind of looks to Thea apologetically, and he looks.
Can I step up and block the doorway?
So he looks at Thea apologetically, and he goes to leave. You can definitely try. Why don't we both roll initiative?
Thea, you should stop.
I need to click myself.
Yeah, you get to the door before him.
Just, I imagine it's not like a big giant doorway, so probably take up nearly all of it.
And then he just as you step in front of him, he's like, "Oh, excuse me, I was trying to get past you there to get out and get some air."
There's
Can I
plenty
walk
air
up-
here.
Oh, sorry.
And he kind of turns
No.
around and he looks at Thea and he's like, "Thea, I have to go.
I think Thea stands up, walks over, puts her hand on Haran's shoulder and says, Cognanc. And then does a head motion for him to move out the way.
I begrudgingly move.
I'm now standing.
Mm-hmm. And
Thea kind of walks him out the door.
yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah.
And I think she goes outside with him to try and catch him before he actually goes or closes the door.
Yeah, you can both be outside.
Me and Cognanc's ears are up against the door.
He's hold FleaBite against the door as well, even though he's sleeping, just in case. Also
Why
keeps the
not?
draft
My ears are better than none.
out. Yeah,
I
what does Thea say? Because he's not saying anything, he's just kind of breathing heavily.
Yeah. I think she takes maybe walks him a few steps away, turns around, looks at him, has both hands on his shoulders,
Mm-hmm.
and just says, "Is there something that I need to know about this?"
Looks up and he's shaking his head and his eyes are frantic and he's like, she's dead. This is really bad. If someone's she's, but what if she isn't? And he's just lost in thoughts clearly too big for him, right?
Uh-huh. I think she puts her finger on his face to make him shush,
Right, okay.
and just says, "What are the implications if she's not?"
And as you put your finger on his lips to shush him, right, and obviously that maybe gets his attention at the idea of physical contact. He kind of looks up to you, and his eyes kind of glass over as he's staring at you, and for lack of a better way of describing it, like he just kind of melts.
What?
Now,
Like
now,
disintegration.
And I mean,
do you mean sort of like emotionally melts, or does he actually start melting? Because this is going to entice two different responses.
so
Yeah, I don't know how to take this one either.
so he literally
Because like knowing your
literally
games.
dissolves in front of you,
Oh my god! No!
and
No, right, I take it back.
Calum,
and
no,
what
no,
did you
right.
do?
and
Right.
the scene
Not your boyfriend?
and the scene around you of the villa dissolves,
Okay. Oh god damn it!
and you find yourself in a forest.
I think Thea does that thing where like is it quite a dense, or like all the trees sort of like close together, or
No, it seems very much like somebody planted this, right? So there's like rows
okay.
of clearly defined trees, and like you can walk under the archway they make with like their leaves that interlock above and stuff like that. But there's
Yeah.
it's almost endless, and the paths aren't straight; they all curve slightly or like go like diagonal crisscrosses,
Right, okay.
lattices.
So, like-
if you stood in one part and looked out, eventually it would be blocked by trees. Eventually,
Mhm. So I think maybe she would start kind of like walking left, like keeping one hand like kind of hitting against each tree.
mm-hmm.
Um,
And like maybe like as soon as you go to touch the first tree, you just hear the voice saying, "We really should get off on the right foot, shouldn't we?"
whatever direction the voice comes from,
Behind you,
she would.
for dramatic
Okay,
effect.
I can go guess, of course. She turns around.
Yeah, and it's the old woman.
I feel like it's a bit late for the right foot.
She just cackles on the spot, and kind of like dances between both feet, and like hoists up her like tattered red robes, and then eventually calms down a bit, and just kind of like wipes a tear from her like wrinkled eye, and she goes, "No, you're wrong," and just smiles her jeweled teeth at you.
I think she takes a step towards her, like almost mentally defiantly stepping first with her left foot.
And then I think like she mirrors you and like jumps with like a step with her foot to like mirror you, and then just looks at you like it's some kind of weird game.
Mm-hmm. I think like Thea's eyes narrow and she like sidesteps to the left and stuff. Maybe sort of that sort of circling.
Yeah, and she does the very same. She just mirrors
Almost
you.
almost as if continuing the quote unquote dance, as it were.
It's some kind of weird, low budget original series Star Trek alien ritual. That's what this is.
Yeah, so like take a step forwards, like do the side step to the left. Once you've done 180, take 2 steps back.
It's just
that
a
sort of
jump to the right.
And like when she steps back, maybe taking a more crouching like
Tiger?
initiative position, as it were. She just says, "So, who do I have the pleasure of addressing?"
You're addressing me.
Summon that.
And she just smiles. And she's like, "Oh, you won't need that." And she just points to your
Are
axe.
you sure?
I mean, what good's it gonna do you anyway? And then she like turns her face to the side and puts like her hand underneath her chin, and she looks up to like the moonlight and closes her eyes, and her kind of crazy old lady hair is everywhere. And then she like as if she's pinching the bottom of her chin, pulls off like what seems to be like a mask, and she like tears it off as if it's flesh becoming like solid, and then like rips it off, and then it all kind of like solidifies. And she like starts picking bits off it. It's like she shakes it, and it's just an exact replica of the one she broke. She's like headbutted it, and she's like, "It's really interesting, like the lines." And then she just looks at it, and then she goes to hand you it.
I think at that, like the sighs and dismisses the axe, grabs it and sits down cross-legged.
She just like drops where she is and crosses her legs as well with a very no grace to it at all, just flumps down. And then she's like, "It's nice, isn't it?" She has a big haggard smile with all of her, jeweled teeth.
Like runs her fingers over the thing. Now, is this has she done it in the just the thing that she did, or she also included the frowny smiley carving that Thea did in the pub?
No, like it's an exact kind of copy of the one she broke. So you have modified.
Oh, in its fixed state or in its broken state?
Fixed. It's like the one.
Oh, okay,
she had
right,
added.
okay.
It was the original one, and
okay.
But it's definitely not made of the same stuff. It's not made of mask anymore.
No, yeah, she like I feel like Thea would like, by feel alone, be like, this is not my mask.
Yeah, it's more like bone. This one's made out of.
Ooh, ivory.
I think she'd say that. She'd just be like, this is not mine.
It can be, and she just kind of smiles. If you consider it a gift, and she waves her hand vaguely between the gulf between you.
This woman confuses the hell out of me.
I think she would like turn it round and kind of look through the mask, but like holding it like maybe a foot in front of her face.
Yeah.
So like the eye holes like line up, and she'd just be like, and then move it to the side, and say, "And why would you share such a gift?"
I don't know if you can share a gift. I feel like a gift is something that's either given or taken, and I have gave it, but are you going to take it? And she kind of like gives you like a granny knows best look.
Yeah, but I felt like saying, "Why would you gift a gift?" seemed a bit of a stupid sentence. So
I am the gift.
She just taps the side of her nose and just laughs to herself mostly. If anybody's imagining the cackling old lady witch laugh, it is spot on.
Yeah. And then she turns the mask around and like looks at it again.
Yeah, it literally just looks like the mask she broke, but made of weird kind of bone or, I don't know, chitin. Or chitin, depending on the place.
I think she does like the thing where she holds up the mask so it's like covering her face. Not her face, as in the woman's face.
Okay, yeah, like kind of like blocking out her face with the mask.
Yeah, like yeah. When she looks and says, "Suits you."
She kind of just smiles, and she's like, "I think you're being less than truthful, my dear." And she laughs a bit more manically. And she says, "If you don't want it, don't keep it." And she kind of like, does her best to struggle back up on her feet. Hoisting up all of her tattered robes. She stands back up and like starts to like brush them off. Cracks her back a bit and, like feels her thigh a bit as if, her legs are tired.
Yeah. Thea stands up and says, "In my experience, there is no such thing as a gift."
Well, first time for everything. And she starts to like look at the trees a bit weirdly as if she's trying to work something out. And she like goes closer to one. What's the up to?
I've been watching her quite intently. Like see when she's trying to figure something out, is she like? Does it look like she's looking for something, or if she's just trying to kind of?
Yeah, no, it looks like she's actually
like
as if she's trying to spot something specific. Yeah.
Like can Thea try to look for? Because I assume that like all the trees look very similar.
I mean,
I'm assuming
you can assume that if you want.
Yeah, but like.
You could also roll perception if you wanted to check that.
So I was going to say, could I look for like a tree that looks distinctly different to all the others?
You can definitely look, yeah. Maybe perceptual.
Are you still wanting a perception?
Yeah.
No. Is the answer to that.
I think it's more just that you don't really want to take your eyes off her, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, I'm definitely just watching her as prances around trees, I guess.
Because what's that? Like
Um,
the budget for the trees weren't that good, so we just copy pasted the same tree, right? Is what an
Yeah,
eight is.
or maybe
right?
like the same 3 trees, because we were like, right, we need to make it look like a.
And we flip the image of one of the 3 trees so it looks a bit different. Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, so like after like you kind of like looking at her and then quickly looking around as if wait is you know what am I looking for? What's she looking for? And then you stare back at her. She like starts like old lady wrestling with a branch. And she like puts one of her feet on the tree, starts like pulling at this branch with like no luck, like grunting
Can I-
and such.
Can Thea summon her axe and chop the branch off?
Yeah, totally. Use
Do you
your
want me to
action,
attack it,
summon
or-
the axe. No, you don't need to, and then just whack the tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you do that, and then like she just like falls to the ground with this branch. And goes, oh, as she like hits the ground, and you know, half of her like tattered robes all flow everywhere, and she's we get the shot of her like moving the fabric away from her face and just going, "Pugh," and blinking, shaking her head side to side, and it's all like matted in with all this like frizzy hair. And then she like starts hoisting herself up and uses the branch as like a walking stick. And she's like, "See, you found a use for your axe after all." And just starts chuckling away to herself, and then she just starts walking with the branch as a walking stick away.
Follow her?
Yeah, and she maybe gets like like not even a couple of steps, and she stops and goes, "Oh, now you're interested, huh?" And she starts laughing maniacally again.
Says, so, who are you then?
She shakes her
Last
head.
we met, I'm pretty sure you were younger. Raises an eyebrow and just waits.
I
for
mean,
a response.
last MD met MD, they'd be younger. Just cackles away to herself.
I think Thea just kind of nods, and I think she half smiles at that as well,
Mm.
and just goes, and then follows on.
And she goes, like as you like get closer, she just stops and just full on turns to you and says, "Well, is the gift accepted or rejected?" And just does like grumpy granny face.
I think like Thea's already put it in her bag if she had a bag in this weird ethereal world, and so like she's not holding it at all, and she just says, "I shall keep a hold of it until you need it back."
Need it back? I won't need it back. She kind of shakes her head. Back, gifts, handing gifts back. Pah, the young today. And she just starts like angrily shuffling away on her branch walking stick.
Thea appreciates the young comment.
And she turns and goes, "Well, come on then." And kind of waves a big kind of move your ass kind of arm.
I think Thea would just say, and to the first part of my question.
No. She starts muttering away to herself as she shuffles forward. And I think as well, like, there are times where, like, when you stop to, like, let her, like, get a bit ahead because she is slow and shambly, you then need to run to catch up to her, weirdly. It's this really weird speed she's moving at, where when you're walking with her, you definitely overtake her. But when you wait, she's quite a significant bit in front of you. So it's quite trippy. And then
Okay.
he's going to like walk off into the trees together. And we move back to under the tree with Alvyn.
Right. So she basically said he doesn't have a father as far as regular things are concerned. And I'll be like, now this is intriguing. And it just kind of like smiles across my face. It was like, how was it that he came to be conceived? and then I just take a bite out the apple.
Yeah,
just start
it's a very nice red apple, right? Big crisp type thing, very juicy, very nice, and
Big appley type apple.
yeah, very appley, and an applicable apple. And she just kind of like nudges you in the shoulder gently. It's my question, remember?
Oh, yes, so it is.
And she kind of like rests her head against like the tree, like back the way and looks up, and she goes, Honestly though, I don't know if there's anything more I need to learn. Why don't you tell me something about yourself I'll find interesting? And she just looks at you and smiles. Takes a bite of her apple.
Something you would find interesting.
Kind of just nods while munching on the apple.
And is there any way to post items into chat, Ryan?
It depends. Why don't you just tell me what you're wanting to do?
Well, I reach into my bag and say, and I'm like, and I pull out my gun.
I mean, thing is though, you can do that.
Not for another level yet.
You have a cannon.
Cannon already did.
Yeah.
Actually,
I just don't think you've got any spell slots to summon it, do you?
I don't think. It doesn't need a spell slot. I'm sure it's a bonus action.
Doesn't mean
You can take an action to magically create this. Anyway, sorry,
Yes.
I digress. I will. Actually, I'm going to change it. I will pull up my pinwheel and and then just be like, spin it around and be like, this was given to me by a child of Runestad.
I see. And why would that be of interest to me?
Well, these are your lands, aren't they? These are your people, aren't they?
She shrugs. She goes, so I say. Takes her bite of the apple, really flippantly.
Yes, so you do, say. So you do.
Also,
I
yeah, you
guess
can do
this
it.
is not.
It's the long rest and expending a spell slot of first or higher for your cannon. FYI.
Oh, so I can use a spell slot. Cool. Anyway, I'll be like, so I guess this is not to your interest then.
I mean, maybe you found it interesting that one of the citizens gave you a gift, I guess. I mean, they are very welcoming, after all. Maybe that was maybe that was new to you, perhaps. Friendly people. She just smiles at you.
It was a. I'm like, oh well, when you're this small, you have to find other ways of being the tallest tail in the room. So, yeah, it was nice to just be noticed for whatever reason.
Have you wanted to be taller? Is that something?
No, I am perfect just the way I am. Thank you very much.
And then she just like laughs. Again, kind of friendly laughter, and she says, "Now that's interesting. What do you want to know?"
How? It's like, why? Thank you, but I've always been proud of who I like, gesturing towards my body, of who I am. But yes, as for my question, how was it that Richter von Run came to be conceived?
She taps the side of her nose and she goes, I mean, that's a bit upfront, wouldn't you say?
Best way to learn is to be direct.
So you're inexperienced in those matters.
Alvyn just kind of shrugs. He's like, they pose no interest to me.
I see. Huh. That's more interesting. Should have led with that. And she bites into her apple and nudges you again playfully.
And I'll just kind of nudge back and go, not my question, it's my question, not yours.
And she says, yes, but I don't think I'm going to answer that one.
That's not how it works.
Really? Did we say we were obligated to answer? I don't think so. Merely that if we answered, we'd try and be honest. And she as you grumble, she kind of just scratches under your chin playfully, and she's like, don't be sad. You wanted to play the game. The game is complicated with rules. You'll catch on. And she stops scratching and then kind of, finishes what's left of her apple.
And be like, So, does this mean I get another question?
If you want another question, sure, go for it. She just laughs. And she just volleys the apple core away. You just hear it randomly land, far off.
Just thinking a wee minute, man.
Well, if you want some time to think about that, I can switch to somebody else. What's Adhair and Cognanc doing in the villa as you're pressed up against the door? You just don't hear anything. You just hear a couple of words exchanged and then nothing.
Open the door.
And there's a
Cognanc.
What
is happening? Shall we open the door?
I don't like the silence.
What should we do? Should we? I mean, Thea, if we open the door and she's there and she looks at us, she's going to stab her.
What's the worst that can happen? You see them making out?
Sorry, I didn't catch a word of that.
What's the worst that could happen? See them making out? Open the door.
It's true. I've already pissed her off. She dropped the food on the floor. What more can she? Oh, she could stab me. But okay, let's open the door.
Yeah, and you open the door and there's nobody on the porch, nobody in the path. Yep, place is empty.
Where did she go? What? Cognanc, what happened?
And sort of I do a gesture with my hands, or my flippers, whatever. And
you can have hands. It's fine.
Good, because I need those opposable thumbs. And so I'm washing my hands, and I just walk back in without saying anything.
Okay, yeah. I'm laughing at supposable thumbs is what I'm laughing at. It's a joke I made in my head.
Can I make a... what would be tracking, sea footprints?
Survival.
Oh, crap. I mean, oh joy! I'm totally going to roll a good survival.
Positively dashing and damn, but in a positive way.
Yeah, oh my god!
No, you find...
No,
so you find a set of tracks. You're convinced it must be Thea, yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do they go?
Don't know. Do you want to follow them?
Yeah. Based on what...
I mean, I would like to point out that Adhair does not know what he rolled. That's metagaming, buddy.
I know. It's just that if Cognanc was back in bothered, I'm looking for tracks, and
you find tracks that you think are Thea's.
What kind of tracks? I think of Thea's. Okay, I'm gonna follow. If I think of Thea's.
Are you gonna say anything?
Yeah,
I would shout back on Cognanc, there's clear tracks. Look at Theia's footprints.
Are you going to mention anything about the fact he went Cognanc?
the accent problems.
Not mention anything about the Cognanc.
I've just had a thought that Haranen's not there.
Yeah, right.
Where did Haranen go?
Oh my god, if Haranen's which bitch, I'm gonna flip out.
But which bitch?
They're all witch bitches.
All the witch beach.
Cognanc would just, upon hearing this, just be pretty upset. He's just washed his hands of the situation. He just wants to sleep.
Yeah, you can go back in and sleep. I mean, FleaBite's sleeping.
Yeah.
We do not know the Haranen, and we do not know where Thea went. We do not know if this man is being good to our friend. We've known her for over a year.
My bones hurt.
It's been over 2 years.
But you are right.
It's been over 2 years. Jesus, do not. We cannot leave our friend.
How time flies, yeah. Sorry, duh. Terrible.
I'd make my way over. Can I also have a look at the tracks? The tracks he's found, whatever they are.
You can, but I would argue that you wouldn't roll if you knew you were rolling at 20.
Mm-hmm.
I says you can definitely look at the tracks, but I'm going to say that you're not going to roll survival on it, because I would argue that if you knew he rolled a nat 20, you wouldn't waste time on that. So it's how confident you are in him is the issue. Does that make sense?
I see, yeah.
My head hurts. I do not even know if I'm confident in self.
So why
I suppose it would then come down to how convincing he is that he believes.
So yeah, why don't you roll insight to see if you trust him with how confident he is instinctively?
Say I am a bit grumpy, as I've said, and I don't want to do it, but I trust what he says.
Yeah.
So I just...
Oh, friend, we do not know.
Sleep can wait.
I see track on ground.
Should we rake? Should we wake the mouse?
Should we what?
Wake the mouse, he's saying. he's coming on to you.
Oh. I mean, hey, he's much bigger than mouse.
I think I just walk away and I walk into the villa. I walk up to FleaBite in the corner,
right.
and I do the exact same thing I did with the cloaks previously. I just wrap him in the cloaks and tie it on the bottom. And whether or not FleaBite wakes up to this.
So FleaBite,
Do you have his tea?
How long has it been?
so like
I'm presuming less than an hour.
I think 10 minutes at most, probably.
Yeah.
Like enough for you to have maybe drifted off, but not enough to have actually, benefited.
I mean, I think if it's if he's being like wrapping me up, sort of swaddling FleaBite, then
I feel like you've been stuffed into a cloak bag. I think is
Exactly those words.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's pretty comfy in FleaBite's mind.
Sure.
And he'll probably stay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is one of those things that sort of mechanically, like for a rest, it's about being restful. It's not necessarily it has to be complete uninterrupted.
So it does need
It's
to
like-
be uninterrupted as a rest. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. So he probably FleaBite wakes up, but doesn't make any for all intents and purposes, it looks like he's asleep, but since he knows it's Cognanc picking him up, he just sort of stays relaxing and attempting to sleep. But yes, he does wake up and realise what's happening.
Yeah, cool. So there's just like no struggling from the pliant 3-foot
Nick,
rat.
Do you have the Kreiska?
But sure.
Then we must follow Prince. We must follow these tracks. This must clearly be to the Thea.
Whatever you say, compadre. I'm slow and sleepy. Just lead the way.
Let us go, comrade.
Slow and sleepy leads the way. Yep. Yeah, so
Do you want me to do anything to...
no. So he's head to the bottom of like the villa path, right? That leads to like the kind of town road, and like the dirt from the path, like kind of like obviously starts to like fade away, but it seems to like walk towards the guardhouse. But then it's hard to track the footsteps beyond that.
Oh, yes, I lose tracks. Should we go into town or to guardhouse?
I don't know. Maybe we should both look together.
Second? Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Both look
I
together.
mean, in my mind, I've just been following you around and we've now
Dragging
lost it.
FleaBite. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I could actively assist you, and we could maybe try and find which way we should go.
Let us do this. And so we are at the end of villa. Should we go to guardhouse or into town?
Well, the tracks that you've been following go to the guardhouse. This is as much as you have gleaned from all the available information.
These big feet tracks, I feel, to the guardhouse. We should go.
Yes.
Is strange. I feel. Where is our comrade? The small one with the, the gravity. The one who don't like students.
I mean, Santa Cognanc does have a massive, cloak wrapped, potential body. He's heaving with them.
No, this is the FleaBite. He's not our comrade, the Alvyn.
Shh. The rat is resting. So, the guardhouse, you say?
Okay, so we go guardhouse where track lead.
Of course, lead on.
10 o'clock at night,
because
back to the guardhouse, let's go. Yep.
All I wanted was to sleep.
Yes, there is no sleep. All you want last time is to go to the meal. This time, no sleep.
I feel as though I slept through the meal as well. Shame.
You were quiet.
The full shilling?
I think it's you were quiet, I think is what he was aiming for.
Yeah.
So, it's because it sounded like you're not quite ... the full shilling is what he added in, so never mind. These are almost like they're having a language barrier. Weird that, huh? But yes, so you just head off towards the, the guardhouse, and I think we go back to Thea.
Hello.
Hello. So yeah,
Tis I.
you're just walking with this old woman as she shuffles along with her branch, and that's it. Like, what do you do? Like, it's how long are you gonna let this go before you decide to do something? Because she's just shuffling along.
Yeah, I feel like a wee bit of time has passed, a not insubstantial amount of time, and I think Thea would stop and say to the woman, I'm trying to remember the exact wording here. Hold on.
Okay.
Is there something about this I should know? And I get that's a rough approximation of what I said, but that's... She's going to ask her exactly the same thing she asked her Aaron.
And kind of like shuffles around on her stick. She stares at you. She goes, "Don't fall behind. You'll get lost." She just starts shuffling on again.
Can I run in front of her?
Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, I guess I run in front of her and like stand in front of her and just say,
She's way behind you.
well,
And again, as you're like, "Oh," she goes, "Don't run too far ahead. You'll get lost." Shuffles on more.
Thea just says, I think she just shouts, "Who are you?"
And like she just shuffles closer and closer. Still a fair bit away though. Yeah. So yeah, like after like maybe
And just kind of waits until she's there.
maybe after like a solid 10 minutes, like she eventually gets close. She goes, "Oh, what was that, dear?" Puts a cups her ear a bit and tilts her head to you. "You shouldn't shout. The trees are trying to sleep."
Who are you?
Just shakes her head. Just starts cackling away again, and then just like shuffles in front of you.
What are you?
She stops. She goes, "I'm old and cold. Now hurry up." And she shuffles on again.
Cognanc sneezes.
Yeah, and we hear it in the distance. Achoo!
Sorry.
Oh god, no. The trauma.
Sorry.
Oh, weird old woman in the forest. Oh, I hate you. I'm loving it, but I hate it. I think
Roll perception
Thea,
as well.
Like, tries... Oh god damn it. Okay.
But yeah, Thea tries
God
what?
damn it. Thea tries to like keep in step with her, like next to her.
Well, okay, yeah, it's very difficult to do. Especially when you
Yeah.
fall behind a step because you think you see Alvyn sitting up against a tree.
My goodness. I think Thea asks, like sincerely, kind of like as she like sees Alvyn, and she goes, Where are we? What is this place?"
You said to the old lady.
Yeah.
He goes, "This is the forest. Forest of Valeria." She kind of like waves majestically at it. "But it's cold, so hurry up." She shuffles on again.
Would you like a jacket?
And she turns round. And she just gives you like a weird look, like with one eye strained. And she's like, "If I wear any more, I'd fall over." She shuffles on a bit more. Clutches at the layers of random tattered robes on her.
If you fall, I could catch you.
I mean, to be fair, the last time I fell, it was your fault. She cackles away to herself.
Now, does Thea know the last time that she fell? Out of curiosity.
See when you cut that branch with the axe and she fell?
Oh, okay, right,
Like-
yeah, no, that's fine. I was making sure it wasn't some weird like reference to. I think it is. Okay, that's fine. Okay, yeah. So do you know what? Thea doesn't understand what the woman's saying then.
Okay.
In that case,
Yeah. Are you doing anything
I
about the
just,
fact
like-
that you think you see Alvyn?
like how far have we walked since I've seen Alvyn? Like,
You haven't walked any as far as I know. Like she has though. She shuffled ahead.
okay, cool. I guess she would.
Like, see if I doodle it. Let's
Yeah.
you know, let's get some.
Give me a little map there,
So if this is
old pal.
like the path You're walking, right? So there's you. Here's the old lady, right? And let's see. These are all the trees, right? And this is the path in between the trees with all the branches overhead, right? You definitely think you see Alvyn. Oh, like, you know, with his back up against a tree, like you can just see like the back of him, you know, like his shoulder sticking out or something.
Okay. Give me a second.
But it is significantly
Okay.
like away from like her and you, if that makes sense. Like, let's say she's like here and
Would he be within 10 so the number of feet 10 times my level, so 40 feet of me?
let's think. 40 feet. So no. He's probably
Okay.
double that away from you.
That's fine. Never mind.
Yeah, because that's only about
and
10-ish
she-
meters away. So like, you know, maybe 11 meters away. So like, yeah, he's probably about, you know, double that away.
Cool.
Excuse me.
So I think she would say to the woman, "Where are we headed?"
We're going to my hut. Where else would it be?
Your
It's,
hut?
it's very cold. Need to put, you know, there's a fire. It's, you know.
Now, is it cold?
Like, it is, you'd still be comfortable in like shorts and a t-shirt, but you would be a bit chilly in shorts and a t-shirt. It's that kind of weather, you know,
Okay,
after
yeah,
like a
yeah.
nice hot
So it's
day
like-
where it's like, you know, it's maybe about 10 o'clock at night after a really nice hot day.
So it's like, you know, you wear your jumper, but you're not uncomfortable.
Yeah, you could easily sit outside in your back garden with your, you know, your beer, like, you know, something with sleeves, and you're probably fine. I mean, she's wrapped up in many like random robe things as well, like tattered cloaks and cardigans and stuff. So
Could you just wait a second, ma'am?
well, I've waited long enough. Don't know if I've got much waiting in me any longer. You don't have to follow me. She starts to get harder to see.
Does
Yeah.
Alvyn respond?
Can I roll perception to see if I hear that?
No, you don't hear it.
Okay.
don't. But Thea, you see Alvyn stand up and look at you, and he kind of like motions for you to like keep quiet and to get closer. Like he kind of like motions for you to get closer, and also goes like shh, and waves his hand towards himself.
That's a very un-Alvyn thing to do, though.
Yeah, quiet.
Um,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think maybe she'll do like this sort of motion, like or maybe more closer to this.
This is definitely not
Like
a
kind
to
of
scale
walk
map. Keep in
diagonally.
mind.
Yeah, no, I know, not like measurement wise, but like I meant direction wise. Like she would walk, like, you know, closer to the edge of that, and then like closer towards
Yeah, so you need to go
where
into
he
like.
is, but like diagonally, but while still moving forward to kind of try not to lose sight of the woman.
Well, as I said, she's already getting harder to see.
Okay, I think she would do that as quickly as possible then.
Yeah, like as you get
Maybe
closer.
run forward a bit, then run to the side, and then like follow her on, like to see if like.
So what do you
the
do first? Do you go
Alvyn
closer
comes
to
towards her.
Alvyn, or you go closer to the old woman? It's quite important which one
I
you do
think-
first.
Is it important? Okay.
Otherwise, I
think
probably
she
wouldn't
would
have
go
asked.
forward a little bit. Yeah, that's true. So if she's here, like I think she would go forward until she
If
was
you do
like,
that, the tree
in
will cover.
line.
The tree will cover Alvyn if you do that.
That's fine, but like in her mind, she's moving quickly enough that wouldn't make
Yeah,
a difference.
no,
If
that's
it does
fine.
make a difference.
So
That's fine.
you
She
start.
moved forward until she was in line with Alvyn, and then moved diagonally forward and like turn back over
No,
her shoulder.
that's fine.
To see,
As soon as
like,
you
this
move
one.
forward, you can't see him anymore.
She continues to like follow the plan of moving diagonally and then again attempting to be in step with the woman.
Yeah, so like, eventually you start catching up to her. Yeah. And she just like, she regards you with her kind of like, chuckling that she's kind of doing to herself. And then she keeps like shuffling forward in that really awkward way of walking. So Alvyn, we're getting some weird feedback.
Oh, sorry, that'll be my phone's going off. I'll just mute them now.
So,
yeah, sorry, could you say that again?
yeah, so she's just chuckling away to herself when she regards you as you catch up to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she just gives you like a very brief look, and she just continues shuffling on.
He's like, how far is your hut?
And she's like, so you've decided to come along, have you? She chuckles again to herself maniacally.
Well, it is cold.
Oh, is that bitter cold? She like clutches the robes around her shoulders and he like clutches them tighter. And then she goes, luckily we're here. And like, you look up and yeah, weirdly like there is like a hut under all the trees.
Now, does it kind of feel like this hut is kind of like in the endless like forest a second ago, then like looking down for a second and looking up, there's a hut there? Or has it just been like
Dunno.
as if it like
Roll
appeared
perception.
more naturally?
Or insight, I guess. Like, I'm open to either.
My perception is better, but I'll roll insight because it makes more sense in my brain.
Yeah, I think you are aware you have absolutely no idea how to tell the difference between that.
Okay, so it's kind of like maybe in the sense that like thinking about it makes it harder to.
So the problem is, Thea would have no point of reference for how it'd be like a dream.
Yeah.
Because Thea doesn't dream.
No.
But to anyone else, this would be like when you move from one place to another in a dream. But Thea, sadly, has a clash tower.
She has literally no concept of dreams.
Mm-hmm. But I think that
I'll
22
post that in
insight.
chat for people. There you
Yeah,
go.
perfect. And I think maybe that 22 insight really deeply unsettles you because you don't know why it doesn't make sense, right? You don't have that comforting point of reference of that's like dream logic.
Yeah. So I guess it's one of these things where like looking back, trying to grasp a truth that you can't grasp is, we accept it because we dream, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But for Thea, it's like that must be really unsettling to experience for the first.
Yeah. And
Is she afraid of chaos?
and the
Maybe
unknown.
that's why she got into chaos.
Wait,
What she feared most.
somebody quickly
The
pay for the
Batman
rights
of
to
chaos.
into the unknown. Quickly pay for the rights to the
Yeah.
song. We'll have Thea just belt it out. And yeah, so like the old woman like uses the branch and just like thuds the door twice, and she goes, "Can you open it?"
I don't know. Can I?
And she looks at you
And
like,
she opens the door.
yeah, I was gonna say she looks at you with like a screwed up face, like she was about to berate you. And yeah, and like you push the door open, it creaks open like all good wooden doors should. And the old woman kind of like pushes you in and shuffles past and closes the door, and then like moves like some skins, as in like animal skins, over the some furs over the because it's so less creepy the more I described it accurately, right? Skins, animal skins, furs is what I mean, furs. So she moves that in front of the door to like be like a kind of a draft excluder, as it were. And there's a big like stone fireplace thing with a big flame in the middle, like some pots and pans and whatnot strung about it. She shuffles up to it, sits her twig against the door frame, and then rubs her hands up against the fire. That's better. We're inside now. And you can like shakes her, like her shoulders very kind of like loosely.
Is it warm?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, at no point does
I
nothing
think-
like everything's felt real.
Yeah. It's not like that. Like that was just kind of like hoping like there was a difference in temperature from going outside to inside.
Oh yeah, it's definitely warmer. Yeah. Like I say, there's no
cool.
fire.
Yeah, then in that case, Thea wouldn't question the fact that it was there the whole time. And she would, like, I guess, close the door behind her if the woman didn't.
No, she did that. She closed that. Remember, she closed it and put all the furs in front of the door as a drastic
Oh
splitter.
yeah, that's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
And yeah, Thea would like just walk in and kind of sit on the floor cross-legged, next to the fire.
Yeah. And she kind of just like, you know, rubs her hands, very kind of like, you know, weathered-looking hands in the heat. And she says, "You've probably got questions."
I have more questions than I thought possible.
Well, keep them to yourself. I don't really like answering things. I'm too old for that. She kind of shakes her head a bit, and then she like goes to like a random cupboard and starts pulling stuff out and sitting up, and it's as if she's like preparing a meal.
Okay then. How about you ask me something?
She kind of turns and goes, "Oh, would you know that I would need to?" And she cackles again maniacally, and then she just like, you know, lobs the head off like a rabbit or a hare or something that she's like slapped on the countertop. You never saw her reach for a blade at all.
I think Thea would just say, probably nothing.
She like nods. She goes, "Good. So you've learned something in your travels then." And then she just goes about preparing, you know, the rabbit itself, you know, as you would for some form of meal. I don't intend to describe in any more detail than I've already done. And and she says, "Do you eat?"
I mean,
It's not a complicated question.
don't most people eat?
I'm not trying to feed most people. You're a guest in my home, so I'm obligated to feed you. She's turning ever so slightly
Then I-
dwarven.
It's the beards, you see.
So Thea?
She stands up and says, "Then I eat." And
Good, because you're all twigs. And she laughs to herself.
I think she maybe gets a flashback to like somebody saying something similar like in her like youth. And she like maybe takes a step forward and kind of offers a hand without actually offering a hand and starts like
I think,
being
yeah, like,
either present or in the way.
yeah, and she once she realizes what you're trying to do and not like in her way or whatever, she just points to things that you can like grind up on like a mortar and pestle and stuff like that. Like she you know, she indicates like, "No, you do that then," you know. And I'll like, you know, use both to just kind of go to cooking, I guess.
Yeah.
And preparing that meal. We the last words we leave yous with, at least, is her saying, "So chaos hasn't really taught you much, has it?" And that's where we fade out from you two, and we move over to Adhair, bagged FleaBite and Cognanc as you get to the guardhouse.
Can I interject? Like,
No. What next? Carry on.
just as a like mechanics thing for my packed weapon takes an hour. It is bagged FleaBite able to continue that progress, or is that not something to try?
You probably can continue it, but it would probably start when you get settled in the bag, but there's not been an hour of completed downtime anyway.
Yeah.
But you can definitely have that timer having ran since you've been bagged, yes. And is this the Tears of Sorrow you're wanting to...
Yes.
Cool.
Yes.
Right, so that happens.
I didn't want to know. I don't want to know.
And yeah, so what he's doing, he's going to go into the guardhouse.
Well, as we approach, are there guards on the outside?
No,
or just
there's never been
internal?
guards on the outside though.
Right, so the gateway's open.
Doors are open,
As we approach
as always. Yep.
inside, when we
Probably turn to Adhair and say, "What's with Thea or that boy? Even what would they be doing here?"
What do you mean? Thea likes the boy. Boy likes the Thea. What is to know?
But here,
What do you mean?
Cognanc's never known love.
probably not.
What is love?
Baby, don't sue me.
Don't sue me, Cognanc.
Cognanc, surely in your time you have met, lady of what you like.
You misunderstand. I wasn't talking about that.
Oh,
Why the guardhouse? Why? Why did they come to the guardhouse? Like, I don't see. How many tracks you say there were? One?
I see the one, but Thea.
So one of them came
she
here,
left the
but
chaos.
why would the boy come here?
Probably
Why would
she
Thea
carried
come?
him on his back, and she come here to do it in the shadows near the robots. I don't know.
Oh, she is stronger than she looks.
Duh. And she's into things I do not understand.
As this exchange is happening, right outside the guardhouse, the king walks out the doors of the guardhouse,
Oh, what the fuck?
Cloak
pardon,
billows.
sorry.
and he stomps down with his like armored booties, stomp, 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 and he kind of turns and he plants the staff he's got carrying and on the ground, and then he just turns to you three and he says, "You three," and that's what he says. The booming voice
Can he
rumbles
see
through the street.
FleaBite in the...
I mean, he has addressed three of you.
Hello, Imperator. It's hello, Lord King Sheepman.
I stand up and straighten my back, and you audibly hear the cracks, and it's just like
You're
Oh,
rolling for
my-
a FleaBite.
dude, so
my supposable thumbs on
Yes.
my side,
I love the supposable thumbs.
and my cloak billows and changes colour from green to red to a surprising colour of beige that may be brown, and I just say, "Your Majesty,
Stop throwing shit.
Sorry
on
for my-
dinner.
disinterest at the dinner."
Do you know where your friend Alvyn is currently?
Yet, we have not seen him since we tried to sit down for a meal, but
We were
yes,
rudely
we have not
interrupted.
seen- That we were interrupted during a meal. He disappeared. We have no idea where little short man is. I mean, Alvyn. Excuse.
Do you have anything of his on your person now? I would ask to see it.
Well, he did enchant my shield.
May I see this shield?
Will I get it back?
His glowing white eyes just narrow slightly. Do you take me for a common thief?
I take you for a man with a keen eye. Or two. And I hand him the shield.
He walks closer, closes the distance between the two of you and the FleaBite in the bag.
I think I make an effort to close the distance, but I'm pretty slow.
You're gonna have to slump FleaBite on the ground, obviously, by this point, to actually then get your shield off your back and hand it to the
Well,
king.
while we are doing this, can I have a perception check of the area? Does he have any guards or anything with him?
Oh, you don't even need
Yeah,
to
he's
present.
good. That's
Like I was gonna say, there's 0 guards other than the ones within the gatehouse, to which he has walked out of.
Yeah.
But none
No, it's just-
none came out with him.
Okay.
It's almost like he feels safe in his city, right?
Weird, right?
I know, mad.
It is mad. I don't believe it for a
Especially-
second.
Rune's mad.
His mama's trying to bring him down. So I'm
Rune's
like,
mad.
what?
Anyway, yeah, so like you hand him the shield and he looks at it and like he waves his hand, which is again all encased in armor, and all these like, runes wrap around like his hand, and as if he's like, you know, scanning the shield, and he says, "Thank you, that was enough," and he hands you the shield back. And then just as soon as you take the shield back off him, he just vanishes instantly with a massive kind of, you know, pulse of force.
He's got style.
I think the pulse of force makes your cloak billow as well. Yeah, what he used to do, and also FleaBite in the bag.
Hey, Cognanc, you do not like your shield. You look at it and disappear. What's wrong with your shield?
Oh, I don't know. It gives me +1 AC, and
That rumble of thunder gets louder, and you take 3d10 damage.
You did not like your shield that the Alvyn done things too. And he gave it back to you. It is not good. I mean, I do not know. But
Lol.
maybe you should get looked at someone else other than the Alvyn, because you know he's Alvyn.
I am loving the Alvyn. Yeah, it's my new favourite thing.
I'm confused. Sorry, what's the 3d10 for?
Oh, it's the thunder damage that
Right.
took,
So I'm
yeah.
like,
No, that was just a joke.
Don't worry,
That wasn't
okay, I'm like-
actual.
Scott, don't worry, when you need to know something, I'll usually try and direct it at you, then when you don't remember what I said, I'll repeat it for you. Don't worry, I've got you covered. So, are you going anywhere specific now that you have been left alone again?
Yes. Cognanc, how is the flea beat in the bag? I think
Billowing.
He's trying to do something. Is he trying to like play with self or?
no, the cloak billows. Not the flea.
Oh. Oh.
You know, if the cloak
Yeah.
billows, you're going to
Ah.
release FleaBite to the world.
I like your secret weapon of the flea beat in the back.
I choose you, FleaBite.
But what?
Essentially.
Oh, well. I want that to happen now. Shut up.
Well, I think it's,
Um,
well, if these are doing nothing of import, I think we fade out from you guys, right? Just having been left by the king.
Yeah, because I mean, Alvin's no presence in the courthouse.
You've lost everyone.
courthouse.
Let's just highlight this: how many people you've lost. It's
Yeah.
amazing you've still got FleaBite. You look down and there's like an empty robes. Yeah. So yeah, I think we fade out on you two then if we're not going anywhere specific, and we cut over to Alvyn under the tree with
under the
you
tree.
know, Cynthia, and she kind of leans into you and she says, "I think I've lost track of who was asking who what, but go for it. I'll give you one for free." And she just like smirks at you.
And I'll be like, oh, you're too kind.
Oh, if that's the case,
What?
then no, it's my question then. She like nudges you again and she goes, "What would you do?"
I'm like, no,
If
no,
you-
no, 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 my question.
She just laughs and lets you go.
I'm like, what can you tell me about Richter von Rune's creation?
She smirks, goes, "That's a good question." She says,
Then I kind of like have a bit of a smug smile on my face,
Mhm.
like, haha, I got a good one.
and she says, "I wanted a son, and I could not bear one. So I made a deal with something far more powerful than me."
And I'll be like, Was it a dragon?
She smirks. She says, "Do you want to hear the end of the answer, or do you wish to move on to my question?"
Nope. Sorry.
And she smiles and she says, "I made this deal with this entity, and I am in debt to it for my son's life. He who should not be exists because of what I did, and it is a debt I carry, and I do not regret my actions." And she kind of like looks around and she goes, "I think I did okay." And
I'm
then
just kind of like,
she smiles at you again, kind of
Sorry.
warmly, and she says, "Did that answer your question?"
yes, questions answered, but man, do I now have more questions. Like, what debt could you possibly owe to this entity? Also, what is this entity? Also, how did... No, just those two. Let's go with those two. Man, just... Yeah. Does Richter run Rune know this? I'd like to see what his input would be. You know, and you just kind of see me like muttering off to
And I
myself.
think you just
now,
hear
and,
the
like,
words, "My input on what?" As it like verbates through the forest. Do you turn to the booming voice of clearly the king?
I turn around to the booming voice of clearly the king.
Nice. And he stands there and says, "Why are you here stealing apples from the orchard?
And I'll just be like,
Was the accommodation I provided unsuitable?"
I'll be like, she did it, and just like point to the queen.
There's nobody else under the tree with you, buddy.
Like, I'll just kind of like spin on my heels and just be like the gnomish equivalent of motherfucker.
I swear I heard click on my heels like Dorothy and
Yeah.
the Wizard of Oz.
There's no place like Runestad. There's no place.
But you just appear where you are? Like,
Exactly. So they work.
oh dear. It's like this rock keeps
I'm
tigers
gonna
away.
Picture. I'm gonna
Hey,
picture him with
here,
red
hey,
shoes
I
the whole
paid-
time.
Anyway,
I paid
Back
a
in the
lot
scene.
of money for.
back in the scene.
Uh,
So,
yeah.
you look around.
Like, she was literally just here. Like, literally just here. And then, like, kind of like jump up and down in anger.
It says, "You had matters to discuss that were endangering Runestad."
It's that mother of yours. She was literally just here. And before she was at the lodge, although she was like first two different people and then became your mother, which was kind of weird to watch. But then she angered Thea, and then I tried to help Thea, but then I was like, you know what? No, I should. This needs to go to the king. He needs to know this. And then I came to the guardhouse, but your guards were being pointless again. So yeah, she ended up coming, and I tried to stall her, but then she wanted to leave, so I left with her. And then we ended up in this forest, which is weird because I don't walk that fast, but I swear, like, you know, like we got here in like 2.3 minutes, and I was like, whoa, I'm like lightning. I should look into lightning actually. Maybe I can harness it. Sorry, anyway, but yeah, then she was like kept trying to push apples on me, and I'm like, I don't know. But then I was like, seen her pick one, so I'm like, well, what's the chances that she's tampered with this apple? Plus, if I'm eating an apple, I can eat it slowly. I mean, it's rude to leave somebody if they're still eating, right? So basically, I tried to distract her for as long as I can, asked her a few questions, bloody pig, nudge, nudge, and then, yeah, you showed up, and now you've scared her away, I'm guessing.
Are you done?
I mean, yeah, that's about it.
I appreciate the brevity of your recount. However, there is nobody within this orchard but us. This is in fact an orchard that was planted in memory of my late mother, And I will remind you that this should be the last we discuss her being alive. Am I clear, Alvyn?
If you know, I'll be like, pardon my rudeness. Clear but wrong, sir.
Kind of narrows his eyes. And he takes a step towards you. And he says, "You have been tasked to reach Barris. I would suggest you return to the villa, rest, and then leave Runestad in the morning. If I find that you spend another day within my city and furthermore country, I will be less than welcoming."
Like, might not really be obvious on my face, but like Alvin's opinion of this guy severely just dropped.
Yeah, like
I'm
it plummets, yeah.
Yeah, because you know, I like before I've been thinking the mother's the bad one. I'm like, maybe this is the other way around, because for somebody who's wanting us to do stuff for him, he's not being very nice right now.
I mean, let's look at what your group has done while in the city for a day, might I add.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a point.
but
Right.
also, like, I literally have been trying to distract the woman that he cancelled our dinner to go and find. And I'm like, I've said all this, and instead of being like, "Oh well, you tried, thank you for your help," I mean, he's just been like, "Yeah, get out of my city tomorrow or you're dead." And I'm like,
Why would
well,
he leave?
why would Alvyn lie?
Especially if Alvyn could say something that only the woman could tell him.
Which I'm gonna just say to the king right now, is I'll be like as I kind of turn out to walk away, I'll be like, "So, do you know much about the debt on your life then?"
And he like turns to you and says, "Are you threatening me?"
No.
I think it's a good place to end on that note. Are you threatening me? With his white glowing eyes just kind of staring at you, because just for the folks at home, with the art clearly stolen from an amazing artist that if anyone knows the name of, please tell us. But yes, with his lovely white glowing eyes. And
Turns out the artist is in chat.
here's hoping. There you go, folks. Dun 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 dun. Rector von
Are you wanting the session titles in
I want
20?
I just want you to wait, quite frankly.
Alright, okay.
Yeah, let's not rush things. And yeah, so we end on that with him, taking offence to Alvin's, "You're in debt, buddy. Your life," etc. And the king's like, "Are you threatening me?" So we end there. What would you like to name the session? And really, Scott, will say our name suggestions, but ideally type them. I don't really care where they're typed, because I feel like we can only really vote on them if they're in Discord. So, unless, I don't really intend to open it up to Twitch chat. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I liked I heard it for the Alvyn. I'm not gonna lie.
I do kind of like that. I heard it through the Alvyn.
I'll stick it in there.
I really liked Supposable Thumbs, I'm not gonna lie.
Supposable thumbs.
Mother Knows Best. It's another
Oh
one.
god.
Mother. Double Trouble.
A surprising colour of beige.
What happened to
What happened to
Haran?
Rannon? Right, okay, let's face it. I am very confused and upset as a player.
You're about to have some rabbit with an old woman in a hut in the forest. It may or may not exist.
She might be Haranen, and that'll be even more traumatizing.
You could be Haranen, and that would
I
be...
am Haranen. Oh my god, imagine me being Haranen. Wait, hold on.
So is that another one?
I think I am
Are,
Haranen.
are you Haranen?
Nah, only on weekends.
So
Right, I'm going to ask, what do you call the apple plantation thing? I know it's got a proper name.
An orchard?
Orchard.
Apple Orchard as a name of the episode, because a lot of it was the apple orchard. And that might be too real and boring, so I'm sorry.
in the apple orchard isn't a terrible title either, yeah?
Not about...
Or in the, again.
In the apple orchard. I like that. It's got that kind of like in the night garden type feel.
Oh,
Much like the episode.
So yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah, I'll give that a vote as well.
That's what
Anybody
my
else?
vote's going for.
Anybody else got votes to place places? Because we've got a bunch of spread out votes now.
I mean,
Ah, so
I
we're 2 for 2.
want to do in the apple orchard. It's just my
That's fine. We got you. That's 4 for
Yeah,
that
no,
one
got
then.
it. There we go.
There we go.
title,
In the apple orchard, we got it. We got it, folks. We got there. Perfect.
Oh.
In the surprisingly beige apple orchard.
I mean, trees are a kind of beige.
Surprisingly beige.
Right.
Apple orchard.
Moving on.
What's
Goals.
Oh, sorry.
Goals. So, Adhair, there is no acquiring of an arcane focus yet. Do you still want to pursue that? I assume so.
I do.
Okay.
I do, as long as I can finally meet up with our colleague Alvyn, who I believe can help with that.
Sure. Or
One
like
believes.
go to like a shop and buy one, I guess, right? And then trying to change it. Yeah. Alvyn.
Well, if I'm not a couple of people
Yes.
that might afford it.
So I'm going to say that's complete, even though it's technically
I would-
not complete, right? So that
Yeah,
learn who Viktor
I
von
would-
Rune's father is. I could be a dick here, right? And I could say that technically
Yes,
you'd need to find out who the entity is to complete that, but I'm not gonna. I feel like you learned that he doesn't have one, which is an answer unto
Yeah.
itself, I guess.
Thank you.
He has no Thaja.
Right. So that is, at least-
Yeah.
that is currently
He
what.
was created.
So get rid of that for me off your list.
Yep.
Cognanc.
No.
They weren't together, annoyingly. I think if you'd somehow suggested let's go after Alvyn with the group, yeah, but it's not to say it can't still happen, right? Maybe, depending on if Haranen's now feeding the plants as goop.
She got a replacement mask, so the original still needs fixing, and Haranen may still be alive.
Yeah, I'm not going to rule anything out yet. I'm as confused as you are. So yeah, if you want to leave that, I'm happy for you to leave that, because obviously Cognanc isn't necessarily aware of those circumstances necessarily changing. FleaBite, go on another journey. I think it's going to be interesting.
Gave it a go, but did not manage.
Now, is this the one that means you're going to change it up? Was this the last one, or do you still feel there's potential in this one?
He attempted to go on a tea journey.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
we established
no, I-
very
I-
clearly what going on a journey meant.
Yeah.
I like-
I will change it.
Okay.
Unless.
No, I was going to say things that are really best kept for the wrap-up chat. So
Fair. Yeah. I don't know what I'm going to replace it, so I'm going to have a think over the week. But
Sure.
no, I think I will change that stuff next time.
unless somebody else has got a stop being carried by Cognanc suggestion for him. Thea?
Yeah.
I want to dress him up.
Oh.
FleaBite.
Haran incorporated into the party. I mean,
Maybe literally.
efforts were made. However, what happened to Haran? I mean, that's for wrap-up chat. But I'm almost tempted to change the goal to be like, find Haran to then incorporate him into the party. So I'm unsure what I should do. That might be like I come back to next week.
I was going to say, yeah, have a think about it. Leave it as is now and have a think about it over
Um,
the week, and we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, 'cause I think it'll depend on like how I end up wording it in my head.
I think that means that we
So,
got one
yeah,
goal
I feel
complete then.
square made towards that. It's,
So that's 400 XP for every day, right?
Yaha! I've not been able to. I'll add it up at once we potentially level up.
Claimed.
So what's that? 3600, I think. Yeah.
400, yeah. So yeah, 360.
Well, these are all level 4, so yeah, 400.
Oh, right. Okay.
Remember, it's 100 times your level in XP per goal.
I'm right in saying that the next one's. Where are we for the levels?
It's quite a way away.
Level 5, 6,500. Geez, they are
Yeah.
quite a way away.
Ah, no bother.
Just start more fights.
I mean, the entire time after we leave here, we should just only get in fights.
Yeah, just fight your way from here to Barris.
Right. Okay.
With the
Right.
rocks, with the trees, and the chickens.
Why go all the way to Barris just to take over Runestad? Why don't we just storm the castle?
What storm Runestad?
So, before we get into wrap-up chat territory, if that's the goal chat done, let's talk about bonds now, right? Adhair, any bonds come up this week?
I don't believe so. Not for myself. My bonds are pretty much sticking where I was.
It's okay, no, nothing's come up.
Yeah.
I don't mind moving on. Yep, Alvyn?
Bonds, I didn't actually talk to anyone, so yeah, none came up at all.
Maybe I should just add
Unless you're doing you ignored us.
I'll just replace everybody's name here with just like the king, right, for you, just to make it a bit simpler for you if you're time in Runestad.
Goal, don't be killed by king.
Yes. Cognanc?
Well, we've all survived that.
Nothing came up for me.
FleaBite?
I would say, like, it was sort of close that Cognanc is a safe place. Like, when he picked me up, I knew it was like, oh, it's Cognanc. He's just swaddling me in his cloak. It's not really something to be worth it. I can still sort of be sort of vulnerable and asleep because he's around.
Mm-hmm. So does that mean you're evolving the goal? Or the bond, I should say.
I wouldn't say so.
Okay.
Because I don't think anything's really changed.
If it doesn't change, though, you'll never get inspiration for it. Does that make sense? Like, if it's never, like, progressed?
Yeah, I guess that's why that second bit's there, I guess. That's more the thing.
I suppose that does specify that it doesn't technically then mean you've actually watched his back if you're in a bag, right, over his back.
Yeah.
Like you're kind of trying to snooze and think about your daggers, quite frankly.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'll just leave it as it is for the moment.
Sure.
I was close, but when because FleaBite never actually found out who made the food. He was gonna tear into Thea about the substandard meal, but and I really thought that might get Thea to break, but try again next time.
Thea?
I mean, I more strongly believe that Adhair lacks faith in my methods.
What do you mean? I have no
Mostly due to his arseholery of my cooking.
Excuse me, my dear, you did not know kitchen. You're throwing off to your boyfriend. You not do for the group, you do for your man.
No, I just didn't want anyone to eat that wacko bint's food.
Wow.
Clearly,
So
clearly it was the food that prevented Thea from being able to move last session. That's what it was.
You did not eat or partake. This is the problem.
Thea ate the food, and then, like, a few minutes later, all of a sudden, she couldn't walk away from that spooky bitch. So, no, that food's not good. I'm blaming the food. I say I'm blaming the food. He's
So-
blaming the food.
How does this discuss your bonds, though?
So yeah, I'm trying to. I need to think of stronger wording for. I believe Adhair. I don't believe Adhair does lack. Adhair lacks faith in my method.
Adhair was all about her.
Insults
I'm sorry.
insults me to my face.
I did not.
Yes, you did. I was literally cooking for you, and you ate something else.
I looked at what you were making and I was like, shit.
Exactly. She'll prove him
Cognanc
wrong.
remembers
He
this.
gets weirder by the day. There you go.
It comes up in the top corner. Cognanc remembers
I
this.
paid it.
Cognanc remembers this.
If you don't have inspiration, you've update your bond with Adhair.
Yeah, I've slightly changed it. So it's Adhair likes faith in my methods, insults me to my face. She will prove him wrong. He gets weirder by the day.
Sure, yeah.
It is all true. It's not all true, but it's all true.
It's all true. Come on.
It's not, but it's.
Okay. Anything else changing on your bonds?
Not that I can think of. I mean, FleaBite's still heading for a smack, especially after his his dinner comments. Everything seems to be relating to dinner.
I visualized that badly.
He was saved by a dice roll on that one.
Okay. If that's the case, then
But
let's
From a snack bottom.
okay, Eric. Let's move on to our wrap-up chat then. Adhair, do you want to start us off?
So I believe FleaBite was saved from a smack bottom. And I wish Thea did it. You're saved from a smack bottom! In that high-pitched voice.
That's not how Thea talks.
Yeah, but in my head. For that exact moment.
Fair enough.
It's headcanon.
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 I think Alvyn has one of those.
Yes.
Yep.
Is that to go alongside his slut cannon?
Like, what I love is
That's like great.
Alvyn has the canon casting thing, and I've been reading up on those guys. Which name comes to me?
The Artificers.
Artificer?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
It can be like a small cannon. So imagine an artificer that chose it as like a head torch. So you know the one that would wear it around their head as a light, but it's small enough, and it's just I think that's cute as hell.
I think it's just
Anywhere you look,
eventually it would
fire.
probably just
Blow your head
break
off.
your neck. Yeah, eventually. Yeah.
If it, I mean, whiplashes and After Effects, but it would look cute. And
Yeah.
that's all I care about.
That or Alvyn just turns his hat
no,
backwards to
games
travel
like-
forwards.
Oh, that's what you used to do in Grand Theft Auto, Vice City.
Oh yeah, with
Get
the tank.
and-
Yep.
Yeah, shoot backwards to make yourself faster. It's amazing. Alvyn, future note.
Anyway, wrap-up chat for the invasion, though.
Tonight was brilliant. I'm getting into more of my characters, and I realize he's not the most intelligent, and I like it because.
What's your
after
intelligence
beating-
score?
Oofed.
You don't want to know.
Oofed.
I mean, oofed is one thing. Oi is another.
Aye.
So yeah, you're gonna learn what oi. For a Genasi who is an ancient race, who is getting kind of head meddled with right now. This all makes sense. After a wee while, keep with it. You're gonna see what happens.
Excellent. Alvyn?
But
the session was just all over the gaff, man. It was mental. I think at one point there was 3 different parties, 3 or 4 different parties.
I mean, it's still nothing on my Monday game, but carry on, yeah.
No, I do like that the kind of you don't all need to be together to do something, you know.
yeah, I should say, Ryan, fantastic job in keeping track of where everyone is and coming up with the opposite things.
I'm not
And
gonna-
you've actually tied us back. Alvyn and Thea are now meeting up in the same vineyards.
Technically not, but yeah.
Why can't just make
Well,
friends?
but it's the same place. It might not be the same time or the same plane or the same reality, but
Yeah, he's
the same
come up with
place.
brilliant strategy and time us all in together when we're not even together. So that's Ryan, once again, awesome.
Thank you very much. I will take all these compliments, please. Keep them coming. Thank you.
I would promote your stuff, but I don't know how to do it.
That's okay. That's enough. Knowing that you'd want to. Thank you.
I could share it on the business page if my missus does it.
Do that, yeah.
Woohoo! Right, Alvyn, sorry.
business.
Before you were cutting him off complimenting me, do you want to finish your compliment? I'm kidding. Carry on. What was your wrap-up chat?
I can, yeah. A lot going on, which is what I like. You know, not a lot of that kind of humming and hurring and things were just kind of constantly in flux, so I kind of like that.
That was good. No, I liked it. There was a lot of lore dumped as well. It might not seem that way, but there was.
Yes. Yeah. You know,
Ooh.
more interested in maybe siding with Sylvia than
Sylvia?
Cynthia than
To be fair,
Cynthia,
Sylvia's
the
valid enough as
Battle
well. Maybe we have a Sylvia.
yeah. Yeah.
It's actually
interested in
Cynthia's
siding
mother, Sylvia von Rune.
somewhere.
Sylvia Platt.
Oh dear.
Well, Sylvia, grey hair, makes sense.
Yep. Totally. Anything else you'd like to add, Alvyn?
I love you.
Thank you. I always appreciate it.
Yay.
You cannot have XP.
He's buying XP here.
You've had 400. That's it. That's all you get. And it was your goal as well.
Thought I got 401.
Cognanc,
It's good to be back.
isn't it?
It's
Subscribe
almost like
to
it's-
Viktor, Ryan, Charlie, Foxtrot, Zulu.
Victor, Ryan, Charlie, Foxtrot, 0? What?
Zulu, but yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, whatever that is. Yep.
That's his channel.
I'm going to start a channel called Victor, Ryan's Foxtrot, 0.
Charlie Foxtrot Zulu. Yeah.
Charlie Foxtrot, 0.
Thank
sorry.
you.
The fact that you got told what it is twice.
Anyway, sorry. Please continue, Cognanc, with your wrap-up chat.
I enjoyed it. I also enjoyed being one of the few people that did not go off on his own adventure for like the first time ever
You actually
in
went out of
all
your
games
way.
I've ever been in.
You went out of your way to bring FleaBite along with you, in fact.
Yeah, completely out of character.
I was really tempted to drop FleaBite out of a window if Thea stayed outside the front door, because we couldn't hear through the doorway. So
Just-
I had anticipated of.
Is he like a cat though? Like he always lands face up?
I think he means hanging him out of the window, holding on to him so he can hear better, I hope, is what he meant. Or just throwing FleaBite at the two of them.
Not really that, but,
Attaching
you
a
know,
piece
drop
of
it out
string to
window
FleaBite so he can hear the conversation.
with that plastic cup at the other end. Yes, I love it.
Where did we get plastic cup from? It is mystery.
It's okay. We can make
Cognanc.
I have a
Three.
bell.
Cognanc.
You do have a bell, yeah. Actually,
Serve it.
you've got quite the collection
Sorry.
of random shit. Anyway, sorry, Cognanc, please continue your wrap-up chat.
I am formerly known as Cognanc, futurely known as Future, but currently known as Cognanc.
Ah, okay. Yep, cool.
I enjoyed the dialogue today. It was very enjoyable.
That was good fun. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I am content.
Good. FleaBite.
Yeah, it was another good times.
You sure you want your cousin to join us?
Are we still recording?
Yes, we are.
Then yes, I would love all people to join and meet.
Anyone
Um,
listening to this, join us!
No, I liked the tea shenanigans at the beginning.
Hmm.
It's kind of, and then sort of, I guess I may have read it a bit wrong. I just sort of thought this was going to be a time to get dice, hit point dice back and some HP and spell slots, but get my pack weapon bonded. But that's fine.
Nope, it's not one of those sessions. Making progress? No, don't be daft. Not well in Runestad.
Why would we make progress?
This is anti-progress,
Yes.
Do you not know this?
Which usually FleaBite is all over, so you can Pokemon him next time and just fly out of the cloak.
Clag. A cloak bag. Clag.
The Clag. Yeah.
What's that? Clag? A clagging.
Carry on, please.
So it was just sort of nice to sit back and listen to the chats between the various entities and the players, so that was good fun. Yeah,
You should
forward
have.
to it next week.
You should have been there for my Monday game, where there are 4 players in that game, and I had to be 8 NPCs in the one ship with them.
Brilliant.
It
I loved
was
It was
something.
my favourite session so far.
Look,
If anybody wishes to listen to Ryan have an 8-way personality split, feel free to go check
Do you
that
know what?
out on
Actually,
YouTube.
like, what I would suggest is go listen to the story so far episode, and then listen to the last session. Like, you don't need to listen to anything else. I mean, you should listen to everything else. You don't need
Or
to listen to everything
just go
else.
like everything else on YouTube, and then
Yes,
listen
like
to those.
everything else and share it, and then hit that notification belly doobly doo.
Wow.
Subscribe to Viktor Ryan.
But genuinely listen to the last section because it was amazing, so funny.
Last but not least, Thea, your wrap-up chat.
Right. First of all, it was a very good session. Well done, Ryan. I loved it. It was fantastic. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So did everybody else. Well done. Tea for everybody.
Oh, yay.
yay!
My concern is, where's Haranen? Because I feel like if Thea just disappeared in front of Haranen, Haranen would probably, right, he would freak out, right, because he would. And then he'd either run in and get the scary guys to be like, oh my god, Thea just disappeared. Or he'd run somewhere and be like, oh my god, Thea just disappeared.
But there was no tracks.
There was one set of tracks which may or may not have been in it.
Air tracks for Thea. But actually, yeah, there was no Haranen tracks. So,
I'm going to pull the veil back a little bit here, guys. Right, here's some GM content for you. Those were Alvyn's tracks you followed.
oh, brilliant.
Da, da, da.
So my concern is that Haranen has disappeared with Thea.
I
Now
would
my-
assume that brace face, I guess. You know.
My issue here is the only other person I saw there was Spooky Teeth Witch Bitch.
Trees. Maybe Haranen's a tree.
Teeth, which bit?
There was also
No.
Alvyn.
There was also Alvyn, right? But I'm pretty sure Haranen's not Alvyn.
I could be. You don't know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
He-
if Alvyn,
I mean, Alvyn cock-blocked himself.
but if Alvyn is
That sounds like Alvyn.
Witch Bitch, I'm going to cry a river. Oh my god! Theo will probably be fine with it, but me as Calum, I will be very upset if Haranen is that wench who headbutted Thea with her shiny ass teeth, destroying her potentially favorite mask, and then giving her a fake favorite mask back. Oh my god! That would just end me.
I mean, I'm
It
not
would
going to
end it.
suggest that the first person that properly spoke to you that weren't in the party was Haranen when he asked you, are you into the theatre at the bar? But I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying that if I were to remind you of something, it would be something like that. And then I go sip my tea now.
Oh, Thea.
So, anything else you'd like to add to the wrap-up chat there, Thea?
It was nice to have Cognanc back.
Yes.
I love all of Cognanc's interactions, and actually I really enjoyed Cognac's sort of like references and apologies for the last session. I thought Mangi actually played that off quite well. It was nice. And obviously his cloaks are amazing. All of Alvyn's stuff was it was so
What?
good.
Sorry.
All of Alvyn's stuff was just so good.
You got good stuff, Alvyn.
You had good stuff.
What the good?
Your stuff
Yeah.
is pretty good. And yeah, I thought there was a lot of just cool little bits and bobs. The whole question and answer dynamic between Alvyn and potential Cynthia Von Rune, but not Cynthia Von Rune. Who knows? I thought that was just really well done.
Thank you.
Obviously, Ryan, you planned, but
Did I know? Isn't it my
obviously,
question?
Don't you lift back the curtain on this now? Don't you lift back the curtain on this? But no, obviously, you had that, but the way Scott kind of played into that as well, gave that perfect sort of dynamic there. I just thought that was really just well played out, that entire scene.
I like toast.
Yeah.
And Scott brings he is the perfect balance of, he does good, but when he knows he does good, he just brings it back. So we bring it back to the Scott we know and love.
Can I interject a random thing that has nothing to do with this?
Sure, why not?
Can anyone guess how many guitars are currently surrounding me within a radius of 2 meters
I
that
don't
I've
feel
only
like-
just noticed? Just now?
5.
I
Bear
feel
in mind he lives with me.
Scott got it right. It's 5 and a bass.
let's move it
Oh,
back to
just
technically
noticed.
6 then, but yeah.
No, 5.5.
anything,
Five in a, yeah.
anything else you'd like to add to your wrap-up chat, Thea?
All I would no, that I think that's it. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun. I obviously loved all of Thea's stuff because I do. That's because obviously I play Thea. That's
That's
it
it, yeah.
was good fun.
Yep. Good.
I'm liking it. It's good.
Good. A couple of things I'd like to say. I'm loving Adhair's weird attempts at trying to get in with Cynthia. That was funny. His
You like the brace-faced lady. She had fancy teeth.
and then FleaBite actually gifting her a rock was super interesting. Something that actually had value to him. It was an actual loss recorded in FleaBite's book, which was interesting. That was quite cool to see. I think that's the most character development I've seen for you.
Really wanted the powder to work.
And yeah, that was good. Can't wait to see if there's any more adventures with FleaBite and Cynthia. Yeah,
Would you try and steal my lady?
Thea and Haranen, adorable. Thea and I guess do we have a pseudonym for the old woman yet, or are we just calling her old Cynthia?
Other than spooky witch bitch.
It's such a vague term for us in RP though, spooky witch bitch. So maybe
What about
Cynthia with a C.
yeah,
sorry, Calum, what was that?
aged Cynthia
Aged Cynthia. Wow.
Yeah.
Cold
or Cynthia of ages.
So yeah, that's interesting.
Diamond teeth.
So yeah, that was fun. Thank you guys for joining me on the stream. That was really fun to do. I hope you all enjoyed it as well. It's a bit interesting having an audience actually. Everybody that was in the stream, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you probably didn't understand any of it actually, because it was really weird in the middle of a story. So good luck if you like it though. It's all on YouTube so far. feel free to go catch up. It is only 12 sessions, so I mean you've seen this one now, you know, so it's not so many anymore. Say goodbye, everybody, I guess.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, good meaty.
And everybody has seen my socials on the screen for the whole time, so I don't feel I need to pimp myself out. So goodbye.